1-2.
Now ready to begin our panel discussion titled South Caucasus at the Crossroads, Logistics, Connectivity and the Business Case. Allow me to introduce our moderator, Ms. Hannah LeConte. Dear moderator, the floor is yours.
Bring everybody with us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the Yerevan Dialogues. I hope that everyone is feeling well for this first panel, feeling refreshed. For those of you who have traveled, like myself and a handful on the stage, I hope that the jet lag has not yet kicked in. We'll do that post-session. This one will be a lively conversation on the importance of logistics connectivity, as well as the business case underpinning it, to ensure that we are driving attention and opportunities into not only Armenia, but also the region writ large. As mentioned, my name is Hannah LeCount. I'm the Executive Director of Concordia. We're so thrilled to be partnered with the Ministry as well as Armenian Enterprise to bring together this important conversation with these experts to my side, who I will introduce momentarily. But first, let me set up the conversation. A profound transformation is underway in Asia-Europe connectivity. World Bank projections suggest volumes across the Trans-Caspian International Transport Route, or as others may refer to it, the Middle Corridor, could triple by 2030. That's just a few short years from now. It would be transformational, of course. The Trump route for international peace and prosperity similarly advances this shift, strategically repositioning Armenia as a vital transit bridge between East and West and strengthening the resilience of transcontinental supply chains. However, connectivity today transcends roads and rails. We know this as we all look to our devices. Recognizing this, Armenia has made digital trade links an explicit national priority. By developing cross-border data networks and high-capacity fiber optic infrastructure across the South Caucasus, the vision is clear. Yerevan is evolving beyond a physical crossroads to become a vital digital nexus bridging Europe and Asia. We get to unpack what this means, the projects at play, the conditions that are necessary for this vision to thrive and for business to flow. I'm joined to my right, Federico Banos-Lindner, Senior Consultant at the Tantalus Group. We have the Honorable Anashuk Aviatian, Deputy Minister of Economy at Armenia, for the government of Armenia. The Honorable Douglas Smith, Global Head of Public Affairs and Managing Director for the MENA region at the Nuclear Company. The Honorable Christine Galician, Deputy Minister of Territorial Administration and Infrastructure to Armenia, and Lucian Eneru, Country President for the Schneider Electric Romania branch. This is a great panel of experts. I want to dive deep directly into it. We're going to start with Anashuk to provide us some framing remarks. So, Anashuk, A major shift is reshaping how Asia and Europe are connected. Trade flows along the Trans-Caspian route are expected to grow significantly in the coming years, reinforcing the importance of the Middle Corridor as a key artery for global commerce. Initiatives like the Crossroads for Peace, aimed at strengthening regional connectivity, are placing Armenia in an increasingly strategic position. At the same time, connectivity is no longer defined solely by physical infrastructure, as I referenced. It's increasingly including the digital networks, the data flows, and the integrated economic systems. How do you see this shaping the broader economic outlook, and what role can Armenia play in unlocking the full region's economic potential?
Thank you very much for the question. Good morning, everyone. Let me start my speech with expressing my gratitude to Ministry of Foreign Affairs for organizing this very important event in Yerevan and bringing people to discussing very important agendas in Yerevan that relates to almost every country. Turning to your question, I believe it is important to start with very brief historic overview in order to better understand how regional developments can impact on Armenia's economy, how regional developments can unlock economic potential of the region. Since the independence of the South Caucasus countries, the region, I think, has been shaped for nearly 3 decades of conflicts, passive and active conflicts, which has resulted, I think, periodic shocks for economies, for businesses, disruptions of supply chains, lack of investments, lack of predictability, frequent policy changes, challenges for long-term strategic planning. At the same time, we need to note that all these challenges also developed a certain level of resilience for our economies and for our countries. If we look at the dynamics of the South Caucasus over the past 3 decades, we can observe that the growth has been relatively strong, but not stable. And always external shocks impacted on not stability of economic development. Today, I think we are entering a new phase of our history and of our economic development. And I think, meanwhile and simultaneously, this creates also challenges and opportunities. We need to note that opportunities are going to come with challenges, and we need to be prepared for this as countries and economies. In this context, overall, I think connectivity, integration, regional and global integration is increasingly becoming critical for our region. And within this logic, I think Middle Corridor and Crossroads of Peace initiative is not merely an infrastructure projects. They are economic models that will shape the future of our region, the South Caucasus, but also the wider region. And I'm also sure that new realities are going to bring structural changes in our economies, because our economies were shaped under conditions of constraints. And when you have much more opportunities, more trade routes, diversified economies, these are going to change the structure of economies. I think in today's rapidly changing world and in geopolitical realignment context, importance to infrastructure is increasing, and the creation of alternative routes becomes much more critical than ever. In these regional developments, I'm thinking that couple of very important changes are going to happen in our region. First is going to be increase in investments and shift in its quality, because any shake in Armenia reflects to Georgia. Any shake in Georgia reflects to Armenia and in Azerbaijan, and our region is very interconnected in this sense. And when we will have a peace, and we have already, I'm sure that we will see increase of investments in every country in our region. I think the second important thing that is going to happen is the effective capitalization of logistical and transport advantages. As Armenia's and our region's geographical location can be transformed into economic value, which we haven't used 30 years. To note, this is the first year over the past 30 years that Armenia and Azerbaijan are trading with each other. It's historic. I think the other thing that we are going to expect in the region is the increased resilience and diversified economies. We are very much dependent on one market, very much dependent on very limited routes, and this is a big challenge for businesses. And I think the opportunity for higher value creation is going to be another value addition of this regional development, because integration into region allows smaller countries to have investment programs that creates much more value than gives the importance on the value. I think I will finish.
Thank you so much, Minister. I think it was critical to hear a lot of that framing context, and I'm sure our panelists want to dive into a number of the great points that were just referenced. I really want to underscore the importance of stability as a necessary foundation to attract investment. And the Minister indicated a number of things that are promising for Armenia, but also that the very nature of them, the interreliance on the region, the opportunities at bay, by definition there are instability, or there is instability, or there are variances that are outside of the control factor there. So this session will really get into some of those pieces, especially when we're thinking about the logistics, the increased resilience, and the redundancy of some of these project sets. I'd like to turn to the Honorable Christine Galachian. Christine, please speak to us a little bit about the advancement of important infrastructure priorities and what you think in your role is the most important infrastructure priority. And I know there's many, but what you think is the key to unlocking all of this. I'm so keen to hear that thought.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here, and thank you asking so interesting question to address, and thank you all organizers, experts participating in this important agenda for Armenia. Well, Anashik mentioned a lot about opportunities. I'm very happy to hear that, but I'm the one who is always dealing with the challenges because I'm responsible for the implementation, for construction, for improvements and modernization of Armenian infrastructure. Actually, our infrastructure is typically Soviet time and post-Soviet time standard infrastructure. But what I would like to mention that Armenia is advancing an ambitious agenda across connectivity, transport safety, sustainable energy. In transport infrastructure, Armenia has undertaken a very comprehensive transformation on its system to develop safe, efficient, and sustainable infrastructure. Since 2018, the government has launched full-scale rehabilitation programs in Armenia with a sustained focus on segments forming part of international routes, and I would like to mention TNT network, Asian Highway network, etc. And within this last 5 years, we rehabilitated more than 4,500 kilometers of roads, including all the routes that is important and prioritized under the international connectivity perspective. In a regional connectivity context, Armenia is strongly promoting Crossroad of Peace initiation, which is a visionary endeavor by government of Armenia to reestablish the country as a strategic land bridge between Europe and Asia. By investing in transport infrastructure and institutional reforms, Armenia aims to unlock, first of all, economic potential, like truly mentioned by Anushik, and contribute to a more connected and resilient infrastructure and trade ecosystem. At its core, Crossroad of Peace proposing to create Crossroad of Peace network, a multimodal grid of priority road and rail links, modernized cross-border and logistical infrastructure that can span from Black Sea to Central Asia, from Eurasia to Persian Gulf. By leveraging Armenia's strategic location at the crossroad of Europe and Asia, the Crossroad of Peace aims to enhance economic ties with neighboring countries and better integrate our infrastructure into the regional and international connectivity, transport connectivity system. The initiative, from my perspective, primarily focus on improving, first of all, the existing transport infrastructure of Armenia to create a seamless network that connects with major trade corridors and routes across the region. This enhanced connectivity is expected to reduce transportation costs, improve trade route efficiency, and increase the speed and reliability for the movement of the goods and passengers. I would like to mention also that this initiative includes more than 1,000 kilometers of roads and 760 kilometers of railway improvements. Crossroad of Peace, including TRIP route and North-South Road Corridor Investment Program, which is under implementation, and we quite progressing for the implementation. We recently complete the projects, some of the part of North-South Corridor, and launched new projects, investing more than 2 billion in modernization, creating new infrastructure, new generation infrastructure for Armenia. For instance, in south of Armenia right now, we're constructing 21 kilometers of tunnels and 45 new bridges, and it will be significant in terms of the advantages I mentioned about the reduction of transit time, transport costs, etc., and boost the trade and economy of Armenia. So summarizing, I would like to mention for now, Crossroad of Peace, it's a most important and strategic project for Armenia, infrastructure project, which include different segments and different important components. I mentioned TRIP and North-South, which will be more visible in terms of improvements very soon.
Thank you so much, Minister. So we're talking north, south, east, west, bridges, railway, digital infrastructure, multimodal, multinational, and multi-points of vulnerabilities. So I've got my vulnerabilities guy here. Federico, you've spent your career advising boards and senior executives navigating the intersection of commercial strategy and state actors. So when a corridor, like the Middle Corridor, runs through jurisdictions with competing geopolitical interests and fragile political arrangements, how do you counsel these companies to structure their government relations strategy so that access in one market doesn't become a liability in another?
Thank you, Hane, and thank you to Concordia for the opportunity to participate in this dialogue, and to the Minister of Foreign Affairs for their gracious hosting. If I might, I'd like to take a little bit of a different angle on this discussion and focus less on the vision, which by all accounts is compelling, and more on how boards and companies actually make decisions when, as you just alluded to, infrastructure opportunities such as this one intersect with geopolitics, with regulatory exposure,
Yeah.
with competing
Absolutely.
state interests, quite frankly, because that ultimately is what determines whether capital is going to move or whether it's going to stay on the sidelines. And what we're looking at here is a pretty big shift. Basically, connectivity rewired, if you will. And what we are seeing here is not cyclical disruption. What it is actually is a structural shift. And yes, that's probably helpful to turn on the microphone. I didn't say anything important, so. So for the past 30 years or so, global trade has been optimized for efficiency, and that means minimal cost, maximum concentration, minimum redundancy. And what we're seeing now, actually, is that this entire model is being systematically unwound. Boardroom discussions are now shifting to things like resilience and geopolitical exposure and diversification. In the next decade or so, we're going to see probably about a 20 to 30% reconfiguration in global trade flows. This is a profound reallocation of capital and of infrastructure. And corridors like the Middle Corridor are not just beneficiaries of this shift, they are actually instruments of this shift. To make this concrete, over the past couple of years, I've sat in multiple boardroom discussions where companies very deliberately and very actively are reconsidering their entire routing strategy. Strategies that have been stable for years, if not decades. But what's striking about this is not the decision to diversify. It is the willingness to accept higher costs in exchange for predictability. This would have been very difficult to justify just even 10 years ago, and now it's becoming standard. So when we talk about connectivity, what we're really talking about is strategic positioning in a restructured global system.
Fascinating to hear the debates that happen in the boardrooms, and I'm sure many in the audience sit in those rooms as well, and can either echo or add their own color to this. We will take a Q&A at the end of this conversation also, so make sure that you're ready for that. I'd love to turn to another boardroom, and Lucien at the end. Hello, Lucien. Schneider Electric sits at the intersection of energy management and digital infrastructure. So as corridor connectivity expands across the South Caucasus, what does modern, resilient infrastructure actually require in terms of energy efficiency and smart systems? And where are the gaps you see most accurately in emerging corridor markets? So if we're bridging from Federico's point about companies willing to pay more for the predictability side of it, what does that look like for Schneider Electric? How are you actually diverting costs or adjusting kind of investments into what you need?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation.
Pop it on. Thank you.
Now it's good. Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. Super interesting topics around the summit, and which is fascinating not only for Armenia but for the entire region. You already put the frame of the discussion around the energy, and I would like to look a little bit through the lens of energy and digital connectivity. Imagine a world, region, a country without proper energy management, or without mastering energy technologies, or without mastering his availability to the energy portfolio. Imagine how we will conduct our business, or how we will imagine our technologies around the intent of the development without a proper energy management or energy management plans. Armenia just stepped in the AI world. Imagine a few years ago, it was an abstract discussion about AI, digital growth. Now it's a reality. It's an energy-intensive reality. And Schneider Electric is super proud that it's part of this journey, including in Armenia. If we are speaking about the AI and digital growth, now, in this moment, Armenia is stepping in, and is stepping in with major steps. Imagine the development of the resilient infrastructure in 3 major steps. This is the energy management and energy technology Schneider's portfolio and Schneider perspective. First, it's energy efficient or automation by design. We should look from the first step how we can design our systems, our energy systems, to be efficient and automated by design. We are also promoting and working close with the governmental sides to predict the design of the networks. Imagine that in this moment we are able to use digital twins on one side to predict the future of the networks, to modulate the networks, on the other side to modulate and to real-time monitoring the consumption or the evolution of the network. So digital twins, right now, it's a solution we can use, and they are used on a large scale. Second, intelligence and visibility across the entire network. So end-to-end visibility, just to be able to monitor and master the entire chain. Doesn't matter, it's an AI or digital factory, it's a transportation route, or even an industrial infrastructure. Last but not the least, I would mention scalability and speed of implementation. Through the years, we saw different success stories where the scalability, it was one of the main points of success. I would mention also the success of Armenia in implementing in different steps, different projects based on trusted and validated architecture, having as a backbone strong energy and energy infrastructure systems. From this point of view, Schneider Electric is proud to be energy technology partner and is ready to support the future developments in Armenia.
Fantastic. And I have to bring in Douglas here, who I know will want to speak to some of those new technologies that are addressing the points, Lucian, that you just referenced. Douglas, bridge us back to the business case of this. How do you see the investments that Lucian referenced, that Christine referenced earlier as well? How do you see these in terms of making Armenia and the broader region a credible and competitive logistics hub for international businesses?
Well, first of all, thank you. It's always so amazing to take part in these Concordia events and gatherings all over the world. Ministers, thank you. I have a dear, dear friend who I lived with in Washington, D.C. when I first moved there about 35 years ago, who's Armenian, and always kept saying, you know, we must do Christmas in Armenia. So I kind of feel like this is my Christmas break here. So thank you for your hospitality. It's such an amazing country, and to be here at such an impressive time. I was going to thank you, Hani, for no mention of AI yet, but you ruined that. So I guess we'll have to bring AI into the conversation.
One must.
Where I sit at the nuclear company, you know, we are, while a U.S. headquartered company, we are in absolute hostage to the global supply chain. And no better time can you see what is happening than just down the road from here in the Straits of Hormuz, and what we're seeing in disruptions in energy supplies, metals that need to be shipped, critical minerals, and all of it. We no longer can sit in our convenient corners in our own countries. We have to sort of reach throughout the globe to, as to your point, boardrooms. In the old days, you could be insular and you could close your doors. I think the United States has struggled a little bit recently as to whether our doors should be open or closed. I think, from the U.S. perspective, and I think the way you mapped it out was so magnificent. We can't afford to do that. We have to look with a global perspective. We have to think how all of these things connect. I am jealous. I'm going to bring back to our leaders what you're doing in terms of rail infrastructure here. I wish we had that kind of expansion in the United States. We're not seeing that. So maybe you can come be a guest minister in the U.S. But what I would say is, as the nuclear company, 2 days ago we announced that we will be commencing the first builds of nuclear plants in the United States in 23 years. Everything that we're talking about, all of the AV in this room, the lights powering this hotel, the air conditioning, cooling, all the energy that you need to expand and grow here, you can't separate the two. And our perspective isn't an either or. Right now it should be all of the above. We need to rely on our friends from the state of Qatar on LNG expansion. We need to rely on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to keep moving oil. We need to rely on the expansion and growth of nuclear power. No one of these things will solve our challenges, but particularly in countries like Armenia, having good, stable baseload power as you look to expand your economy becomes ever more critical. But at the same time, no country is an island anymore. We have seen that through the disruptions. I don't know about you, but Jim Morrison it continues to run through my head with the riding of the storms of this conference. I mean, there are big storms in the world right now, but they're also, being a lifelong sailor, amazing tailwinds. It is forcing our political leadership across the globe to look at new and innovative solutions to improve the lives of their citizens. From where I sit at the nuclear company, I traveled the world. Last week, I was in Korea. This week, I'm here. Next week, I will be in the Middle East. So many of the challenges, they don't stop at the border. They are all connected. And so, I think where I'd like to sort of land the plane, Hani, is that the energy really is that thing that binds and connects all of us. And that, as we looked, for those of us from the U.S. who flew here, Lufthansa, major connector of the world, every single day there was yet another flight canceled. And that was from disruption in the energy supplies from around the world. And if planes can't fly, then people can't travel, ideas can't be connected. Engineers from Schneider, pick your company of choice, can't travel the world to improve infrastructure and the lives of people around us. So the thing that I kind of stay up at night and I worry the most about as we look to dramatically expand baseload power in the United States through nuclear energy is consistencies of protecting the supply chains and of protecting energy sources so that we continue this growth.
Great, thank you so much. A clear through line through this conversation thus far has been about predictability, sustainability, stability, and consistency. So I think what I want to do is do a rapid fire conversation and ask 5 more questions. This is my cue to the audience to start getting ready with your questions as well. I'm going to ask each of the panelists, and we'll go quickly with 1-minute answers across some specifics here after we've framed the big picture. If the Doors have been running through our brains for 2 days now with this amazing theme, Riding Through the Storms, and the music playing in the backdrop, Douglas just brought it home with saying doors are opening. So, Anashuk, my question to you, doors are opening. What differentiates Armenia's value proposition today? And what reforms are being prioritized to ensure the country remains competitive? Why should we walk through the Armenia door as international business persons?
Thank you very much. I think Armenia's value proposition today is based not only on geography, but with combination with geography, reforms, human capital, institutional reliability, democracy, and balanced foreign policy, I think. Let me begin with a few macroeconomic remarks that clearly will illustrate the scale of the reforms that has been undertaken by the government in recent 5 years. I think it's worth to note that multi-phased reform agenda over the past 5 to 7 years has delivered tangible economic results, and not only, but I will emphasize today economic results. During this period, the average annual GDP growth was 6 to 7%. To compare it with Eurasia Economic Union, it is 2 to 3%. With EU, it is 1 to 2 in the same period. At the same time, it is important to emphasize that GDP per capita has been doubled during 5 years, reaching to 9,500 USD. Labor productivity has increased by approximately 2 times. Almost 300,000 jobs were created, and exports of Armenian origin goods has been doubled again. I think all these demonstrated figures are not just statistics, but it really reflects the structural modernization of our economy. But we need also to note that we reached to it because of the comprehensive reform agenda in many sectors, starting on human capital development, judicial reforms, anti-corruption policy, institutional improvements in public governance, and many others. Together, I think with all these factors, we could reach to these results and create more open and investment attractive economic environment. And the conflict was one of the main constraints of reaching much more economic achievements and in other sector developments. I think continuation with this logic, it should be noted that the economic foundation is very crucial for Armenia's positioning within the region, and this is the value that we can give to our bilateral partners, to private sector, attract foreign direct investments.
Absolutely compelling set of conditions that are truly required, I think, to be attractive. So all points of progress. Christine, I want to bring you in as well. From your perspective, with all of these points in play that Anashuk just referenced, what do you see as the potential then? Where, if all of these progress points have opened up Armenia for business, what comes next in the next 10 years from an economic standpoint, from an opportunity standpoint? What do you see as the benefits from increased trade, economic growth, and cooperation in terms of connectivity? I've bundled a lot into that, so you can take it any direction you want.
Yeah,
The
to
beauty
respond.
of logistics.
Well, but yeah, and one more time, some highlights from my side that connectivity is a cornerstone of economic development and sustainability, facilitating both regional integration and Armenian access to an international market. And efficient infrastructure, important not only just for mobility, for the movement of passengers and goods, but also it's critical for the growth of the industries, for the services that depend on the infrastructure, and improving infrastructure, we opening a window and opportunity for many sectors as agriculture, like manufacturing, and other opportunities for the private investment. It's, the improvements in transport network, it's purely about opportunities, and Minister of Economy is purely, this mentioned it several times as is important, that it's an opportunity to be changed. And from the crossroad of peace perspective, which we discussed today, and I shared our ambitions, our vision on that. So it projected to, in a short term, double Armenian current international trade, but in the long term, even triple. Reduce Europe, Central Asia transit time by 5 to 7 days compared to the current routes. And increase EU South Caucasus trade by 20 and more % through route diversification. And cross-border peace also expected to reduce trade cost by about 90%. And it all benefits not only from Armenia economy, there is real advantages and mutual economic benefits for the regional countries, for the South Caucasus and beyond. So there are many benefits we can share and discuss about it, but there's critical strategies and actions that government should initiate and launch, including those reforms and institutional changes that been mentioned by Anushik, and also developing our national system and aligning with international standard, which is critical for us. To align with safety standards, design standards, and improve operational efficiency in our network.
Thank you so much. In terms of those reforms and investments, we have some lived experience here in terms of a country that's made itself indispensable in terms of energy and digital infrastructure, so Romania. Lucian, you have ministers next to you. If you had the opportunity to share with them a wise word of experience in terms of what you've seen from a Schneider perspective, what would you share right now? What is the most important takeaway for a country like Armenia right now at this point in its potential?
First of all, I would like to recognize
I don't think it's
something
on.
we have in.
Perfect.
Is good?
Perfect. Thank you.
First of all, I would mention the mindset, digital mindset. And I would like to recognize something we have in common, and which can be found also here in Armenia, which is the early adopters mindset. I would truly recognize this as the things we have in common. Truly early adopters in terms of technology, and this should be put on the value proposition of Armenia. Second, I would mention the experience where the energy and the infrastructure can reinforce each other. We started by investing and modernizing the electrical networks. Digitization of the electrical networks is not longer an option. It's a mandatory investment because the energy infrastructure is the backbone of everything you intend to develop. On the other side, it will follow, and Douglas mentioned different energy mix or different, and this is very country to country, but it will follow also the renewable wave. So investing in the digital networks, having capabilities to master even a virtual power plant, imagine a large-scale distribution network, mastering different kind of energy mix, including renewable, will be an asset and will be a super value proposition from Armenia perspective. I would mention also connectivity and automation. I started with that and I will finish with that. Connectivity means reliability, but also the efficiency and end-to-end connectivity. Schneider has a couple of assets and couple of value proposition. One of them already implemented in Armenia, and also in Romania. We are saying that we can provide solution grid to chip. This means from energy transportation or distribution to chip, if we are speaking about AI factories or data center, or sensors, if we are speaking about infrastructure or industry investment. Last but not the least, I would mention people development. And here Armenia made tremendous steps investing in the people to be able to keep his workforce ahead of the technology, not only in digital technology, where Armenia is recognized as a pioneer in the area, but also in energy and in other infrastructure domains. I would mention in the final that AI and digital will define the competitiveness of the country, as in Romania, but infrastructure, especially the energy infrastructure, will truly define how we use this potential.
Douglas, taking this a step back at a global level, that energy infrastructure, what do you call on governments, multilaterals? How do you compel the international community to look at this moment?
Just a small little question there. I'm going to leverage off of one thing you just said, just because I think it's also important. I mean, so many of these things, it's AI, but the equation is people. Like the people who need to build this hotel, as I look to build 2 gigawatt power plants, AI is going to be super important, but technical skills, the ability to weld, the ability to run electrical wire, the ability to pour and mold cement. So as we look to build out some of these projects, these AI, these energy and digital highways, without proper training in people, they're not going to get built. And so I think when you ask me, what do we look to governments on? In Europe, just before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, well, a little bit before then, Germany turned off all of their nuclear power plants, which they've now seen like the real crisis around that. I mean, they are incredibly fragile because of how fractured their energy supply is. But their loss is in some ways the gains of Armenia, of the United States, the Middle East. The best welders, high-tech welders in the world are Germans. And so when you say, what do I ask governments to do, is to help continue to train their people. AI is making all of our lives better. It's more efficient. I used AI a half an hour ago to help Hani with a flight change. Amazing what it can do for us, but what it can't do is it can't erect structures like this. It can't do these things. And so what will be so important is not just the flow of goods, but the recognition that we need to be better about allowing the flow of people and transitioning and bringing Armenians to the United States, having them learn skills that we're doing, having citizens of the U.S. come here, and looking across the borders. I mean, each country brings a unique perspective and ability to do things. For those of you who are football, soccer fans, and had an opportunity to go to the World Cup in Qatar a few years ago, seeing what the Qataris did to build, it is still the largest sporting event in the world, is the World Cup. How they were able to do that, and the reason they were successful is they were not shy. They reached across borders. They reached to governments all across the world and said, help us, bring us the best engineers, the best security personnel, designers, architects. And when you're looking at these large, challenging, complex problems that we have to face, the last mile, as we like to say, is the human element. And you can't be picky on where you're picking up that human element. And so that's the big challenge. I mean, we're seeing it with the crisis right now in the Gulf, and the sensitivities around mobility of people, but we have to be better about it and smarter about it because all of our economic growth will be dependent upon it.
Great. And that is everybody in this room as well. Again, a call for showing up and being part of this next wave for Armenia and the region. Federico, I'd love to hear your thoughts. You've been sitting here reflecting on everything that over the past 2 days has come across your brain. Does it hold up? Are you going to leave here and advise to the international community? How do you think the business case for Armenia is? And this is an on-the-record conversation.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just very quickly, I'm very encouraged by what I heard Anishuk say, as well as Lucien, around digital infrastructure and the emphasis on that, because that really is a multiplier. We know that supply chains and corridors such as this one are no longer just physical assets. They really are data-driven systems. And you look at cloud infrastructure, that's strategic infrastructure. So increasingly, we need to look at this. But taking a step back now and addressing your question, Anishuk introduced some astounding numbers. And I like Douglas' analogy on the door is open. Why Armenia matters now, why the South Caucasus matters now, I think it's actually best understood through the lens of optionality. In a more fragmented system, which we have today, companies and governments are constantly looking for alternatives. And that means alternative routes, alternative infrastructure, increasingly alternative partners as well. And I think that is exactly where this region and where Armenia comes in. It sits just outside the highest friction geopolitical interfaces while still being very well connected to the major economic zones. However, and I think this is critical, in order for this optionality that Armenia and the region offers to be credible and to work and to translate into value, it has to be perceived as credible by investors. So investors are not going to ask the question, is this a strategically attractive corridor? They're going to ask, can I rely upon it in conditions of stress, right? So that is a threshold that actually is going to determine whether capital is going to shift and whether traffic is going to shift. And to that point also, and Christine has been doing some fantastic work, for example, on the infrastructure. But I would caution that the physical infrastructure is not sufficient. It's not sufficient. In reality, corridors actually function as systems. And one of the most frequent mistakes I see in discussions about infrastructure is an overemphasis on the physical aspect of it. The real differentiator, and this is where some of what you have said comes in, are digital integration, regulatory alignment, institutional coordination. I've seen this, yes, I've seen this directly in practice. In one particular instance that I can immediately think about, one major infrastructure asset that I saw was fully operational and very technically sound, and yet throughput was substantially below what was expected. And when you actually looked at the issues that were causing this, it was things like cross-border customs misalignment. It was a lack of alignment in the data systems. This lack of integration is what was causing the issues. And once these were addressed, you saw a massive increase in utilization and in throughput. So the constraint was never the physical aspect of it. It was actually the alignment and the coordination between all of these. Because at the end of the day, what investors are looking for, first and foremost, predictability. That they need to know what's coming. Yep, short, medium, long term. the other element that they are looking for is alignment cross-border. Because all of the state actors, particularly in a project like this, need to be pulling in the same direction. The other one is systems performance, which means that all of these systems are talking to each other in a seamless way. And finally, it is demand credibility, because that is what investors are going to base their investment decisions on.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a master class right here on the potential of connectivity, the importance of predictability, and the momentum behind Armenia at this time. I want to again acknowledge some of the significant signatures, MOAs, and determinations that have come out of the recent Armenia-EU forum, and just the point to these panelists, these experts, to help with the implementation of those commitments. We will not have time for Q&A, but on behalf of the panelists, I hope we can all continue the conversation outside. I am just going to quickly wrap us up. There's a huge window of transition. Transition can be scary, it can be unpredictable, it can create vulnerabilities, but it can also open up massive wins for early adopters. Our panelists came not just with platitudes within the region to unlock. So thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you to the conference organizers for being a platform for this important conversation, and let's keep it going. Have a great day.
guests, please take seats. Our panel is starting. Dear guests, please take your seat. Our panel is starting.
Hi everyone. I think we can all start. Yeah? Medea? Yeah? So Pierrick, Arthur. Is it okay?
The topic of the panel discussion is From Media Literacy to Cognitive Security. Is democracy adaptable enough to face modern threats? Rethinking Democratic Resilience in the Information Age. The moderator, Camille Grenier, is the Executive Director of the Forum on Information and Democracy, France. Mr. Grenier, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Medea. Thanks everyone for joining us. And thank you, Anush. It is my great pleasure to be back in Yerevan for the dialogue, my third edition, and we're really, really happy at the Forum on Information and Democracy to be now a long-time partner of the Yerevan dialogue. I would really like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for gathering us, all the partners who are including in the preparation and the organization of this wonderful platform that is the Yerevan dialogue. One thing I love about this panel, I go to a lot of international conferences on media freedom, on information integrity and democracy. But one thing I love about this specific event is that there is always, at one moment, someone who will bring a new perspective to the work I'm doing. Someone I don't usually meet in all these international conferences. And it was no surprise that this happened yesterday morning, when we were all seated in the big room waiting for the opening ceremony. I somehow got introduced to a brain surgeon from Las Vegas. He's Armenian, but he has his practice now in Las Vegas. And so I started to chat with him, and I told him, oh, well, wonderful, you're working on the brain. Tomorrow we'll have actually a discussion on the brain, on our cognitive system, and how our brain is also framing and interacting with our information ecosystems. And something in the discussion, we started to talk about AI, and something he said that struck me is, one thing that really differentiates us from AI is our emotions, is the part of our brain that deals with emotion. And it got me thinking on how, we interact with information, with our information ecosystem, with news, with journalism, also through our emotions. And something that a lot of people soon realize, notably from autocracies and dictatorships, is that emotions can be played. You can play with emotions. You can ignite fear, you can ignite anger, you can also inspire joy and hope. And a lot of people have realized that you can also use algorithm and creative algorithm, social platforms, to game and to play with the emotions of democratic societies and of citizens around the world. We have a lot of evidence on these issues, on how you can tweak an algorithm to ignite fear or hope in democratic societies. And I think this is at the core of, when I travel to a lot of democratic places, a common thread throughout all these places is the polarization of our democratic societies. And so I think that, this is in part what we will explore today with our great panelists, and it's really fantastic to have longtime partners and friends today with us. And I will really start with this big question that we have when we talk about emotions, and our interaction with the information ecosystems is what is AI and what role will AI play in our interaction with information ecosystems and more broadly with democracy. So I would just like to start heads on because we've already touched upon this conversation and this discussion yesterday in a couple of panels, but I really want to have everyone's hot takes and views on this topic because you cannot go to a conference without talking about AI these days. So what is your views on this interaction between AI and democratic and the public debate? With really a first question of, and I will ask everyone to answer in 2 minutes, is it, and it's a bit scholar, but is it a strength, a weakness, an opportunity, or a threat? We're going to try with the first round of questions to do this SWOT analysis of AI and democracy. And I would like to start with my first neighbor, Pierrick. Pierrick Judot, you are the the Director of Policies at the International Fund for Public Interest Media. What do you think about this question of AI and democracy?
Thank you, Camille, and thank you to the Yerevan Dialogue for having me. Yeah, 2 minutes on this is not the easiest, but I think over yesterday there was a lot of mentions of the potential of AI, so I won't come back to this, but it's kind of evident that this gives access to much more information, much more quickly, in much more personalized way. Let me focus on what I think are the kind of key challenges for democracy and cognitive security. And in a way, we've seen a version of that movie before, right? In the past couple of decades, we've seen what happens when our information space becomes mainly organized around kind of digital platforms that operate with opaque algorithm and for profit, with limited focus on the public interest. Let me outline kind of 3 things that I think are specific when it comes to AI. The first, and this is particularly relevant sitting here in Armenia, is that most AI products today are designed for kind of major markets that big AI companies care about. If you're a society that has a so-called under-resourced language, most of the products don't really kind of bring in information that are relevant and are not anchored in your societal realities. And so that's obviously a big issue for a place like Armenia, because you'll see AI becoming much more central, but it's not designed and it's not anchored in kind of data and information that comes from the country. And it goes beyond kind of cultural biases, which of course are extremely important. There's no lot of research that shows that if you look at the outcomes or the results given by AI chatbots, they actually have a higher rate of error and hallucinations in under-resourced languages. So it goes beyond kind of biases. The second point is, and again, there was a lot of conversation around this yesterday, is that AI is supercharging disinformation and propaganda, including kind of foreign interference. Of course, it makes it much cheaper and much faster to disseminate kind of fake information and fake narratives. But it goes beyond this in a way, because AI chatbots themselves are becoming vulnerable to manipulation. Again, there was a new piece of research released a couple of days ago that shows that some of the most popular AI chatbots now relay falsehood that originate in kind of foreign state propaganda and disinformation campaigns from Russia, from Iran, and now that's coming through the results of the chatbots that show this kind of falsehood as truths. And if you add to that the fact that it's being used by many ill-intentioned actors in key moments like elections, you really have a lot at stake when it comes to society's cognitive security. I'll say one final point, which is it's destroying whatever was left of the business model for independent media. And we'll come back to that later, I'm sure, but because people consume more and more information through AI overviews or AI chatbots, traffic is being driven away from news sites, which means that ad revenues and reader revenues are going down. And this is happening now already. We've seen that globally, there's 1/3 of the traffic going to news site that has already disappeared. For some publishers and in some countries, it's up to 50 or 60%. And so you had independent media that were already extremely weak financially, economically, that play an even more important role today that are being further weakened by AI platforms.
Thank you so much. So you had 3 minutes, so I will let everyone have 3 minutes then. The market supercharging disinformation and the impact on media sustainability, that's already a lot of challenges for our public debate. I will now turn to Arthur Papian, who is a digital threats analyst at the Cyber Hub Armenia, to have this sort of presentation on AI and democracy.
Thank you. Very broad question, and one of the misunderstandings about AI comes from overestimating it. AI is a tool. You can use it for good, you can use it for bad. My team has built an AI tool which is able to moderate and filter hate speech in Armenia, which is a pretty challenging task. Which is not supported by other tools, but I'm telling about this because there was an opportunity, an opening, we used it, and I know what I'm talking about when I talk about AI. Per strengths of AI, it is a great tool. Like, I'm using it literally every day, my team is using it every day. With scarce resources available, we're able to maximize our impact and to reach stuff that we never even dreamed about in the patch. We're also using AI for social listening, which is in this current environment in Armenia where we're facing multitude of hybrid threats and disinformation, allows us to much more effectively track what's happening, try to see trends, analyze it, and then bring human input to finalize the results. This is a strength for media because it also allows media to cut down costs, to speed up production cycle, to help with a lot of tasks like data analysis, deciding how to market their content, how to create much easier. However, of course, one of the big issues is we in Armenia, we are wholly dependent on basically various platforms, some Western, some Chinese, some American, to provide this AI service. And we see that there is this AI capitalism and AI oligarchy developing where AI, people who control AI, Elon Musk's and the like, are holding immeasurable amount of power, and we literally have very little impact on this. We in Armenia are somehow lucky because you have probably heard, we are already building Firebird, which is an AI factory, and this will bring another 40,000 microchips, and Armenia will be placed on the map as a place where you can process AI. This will hopefully make us less directly dependent, and since open source AI models are developing very fast, we can very well be utilizing this power to run our own AI models, and in this way we can sort of have more AI sovereignty, let's say. But for others, think about it. I think other countries should come to Armenian investors and ask them to build Firebirds in their countries as well. I dare you. As for threats, very well formulated, yes. Media is losing power, and yes, the AI effects are not trickling down, they're centralizing in some specific companies' hands. I mean, those investment rounds are huge and terrible, but I can see this also as an opportunity, because with so much disinformation, AI can start to at least again regain its image as a truth maker. Because it's impossible to track all the information, disinformation, and try to make sense of it. So if you are a good, reputable media, you have a chance to put your stake there and say, this is the flag, this is what I stand for, come to me for values. And the reason I speak about AI so much is because the issue was already raised, and B, I feel that one of the greatest benefits that Armenia has even now is that it has a relatively free market, AI media market, which allows us to discuss openly what we're up to.
Thank you so much. It's great, and I hope everyone is taking note about the SWOT analysis on AI and democracy, because there is really a lot of important things that you're saying right now. Ani, I want to turn to you. You're the spokesperson of the Armenian MFA. Again, thank you so much for welcoming us in Yerevan. What are your take on AI and democracy?
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for being with us. Of course, it's a pleasure to have so many experts and practitioners coming to join us at the Yerevan Dialogue, and especially for such topics as democratic resilience and information integrity, which, as you can imagine, is a very important priority for the Republic of Armenia, not necessarily in short term, but in a long-term perspective. On AI, of course, you said that AI is playing with the emotions. I fully agree, because we are more and more feeling that we are going to lose our jobs. But the part of that, I agree with Arthur that we shouldn't overestimate AI as well. So from our perspective, we are trying to use AI in our practices as an opportunity. But from the other perspective, of course, we feel every day the challenges that the tools of AI are creating. Just to give you some statistics on FIMI and disinformation when it comes to Armenia, since last May until this March, we had the same amount of disinformation activities and operations, the same amount as we had since May till now. So you can imagine that this kind of operations and actions are accelerating, and they are accelerating with the help of not only humans but the AI. Here what we are doing, we have our own tactics, I would say. Of course, I'm speaking of on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but I believe there is also a whole government approach that we are trying to put emphasis also on our own communication, on being proactive on our Stratcom, so that our message is there, and we are not all the time refuting, because every day you can see disinformation on Armenia in a website which has been created in France, for example, or China or somewhere else, but not exactly from those countries. But they are AI created. They have been existing in two days or a week, but they are putting a strong analysis about Armenia, about some sensitive topics related to Armenia, which doesn't have anything to do with the reality. So we are trying to have our own communication, our own narratives over there for the public, so that they know the sources, they know where they have to refer. But of course, what we do in parallel, we try to build resilience among the population, yes, because people see a video, they don't necessarily check whether it is AI, whether it is really created. They see a video of each of us telling something, and they tend to believe most of the time, because they watch it in social media for a second or two, and they don't go to check. So we try to build the resilience and the trust, because, you know, every time when we speak about this information, whether it is AI or not, there is an important red line between the freedom of expression and freedom of expression, and the line where we have to have some cautious, you know, because at one point, freedom of expression referred to humans, referred to people who were expressing their opinions. We were seeing them. We see them now, but now it's not only humans that are speaking, literally. So maybe we need to have more regulations there to make sure that between this line, the most important thing, which is the trust of the people towards the government, towards the democratic values, not necessarily with only institutions, is not undermined. Because in this process, what is the most worrying, that people lose the interest or lose their trust towards democratic institutions. So from the perspective of the government of Armenia, this is the most maybe sensitive part where we are trying to put more resources. And of course, it is not only public messaging, it is not only for a political side, but it's a lot of work being done as a society. Yes, I very much appreciate the activities from our civil society organizations, like Artur mentioned. Yes, they are doing like the technical part, which is coming to really strengthen the capabilities we have. Of course, Armenia cannot do it alone. That's why we appreciate being here. The partners who have more capabilities than we do. To sum up, I would say that it's a challenge that we are facing, but it is not Armenia that is facing. We see that this challenge is over there for the European countries as well. And we do appreciate the cooperation and partnerships with the countries that feel the situation that we all are, and try to help also Armenia to tackle these challenges. And also, it's also important that it is felt by our society, because there should be whole of the society approach. Only government, only one institutions cannot deal with it. This is quite an important point.
Yeah, thank you so much, Annie, for bringing all this. And you made me think of one story that we've seen recently is AI-generated influencers, and you don't know who is behind it, but they will push a very strong political agenda, and you end up realizing it's just AI, and you don't know who is behind it. And this has a direct impact on trust on democratic institutions and on the public debate. And clearly, we need some safeguards and some red lines here on these kind of things. Sam, we want to turn to you now from the International Ideas Perspective, which is the Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. You work internationally, but clearly AI has been sort of one of the new challenges that has come recently. So what is your views on AI and democracies and elections?
Thank you, Camille. Let me start by echoing the other speakers and thanking the Armenian authorities. It's a real success, this conference, and this conference is only the third in an iteration of international events, so my high esteem for the authorities for putting this off. In response to the question, is it a threat or an opportunity, I'm going to take a real stance here. I think in the short run, we're facing a significantly higher threat to democratic societies with the advent of AI in the short run. And this is what we see. So IDEA works on elections in Ukraine, in Moldova, and in Armenia, and in the Western Balkans, and globally. And we see that this new threat is developing so rapidly. Electoral commissions, democratic actors are struggling so hard to find, how do they control this? In the immediate future, this is probably the biggest threat to democratic societies. That doesn't mean that AI can also be used to counter it. But in the immediate future, we're all grappling. So we have to take it seriously. We've been working on the topic of digitalization of elections for the past 10 years or so, starting from the Cambridge Analytica scandal. But just the data flows that have gone up so dramatically, the machine learning that have put steroids on the debate, I think that is really putting this in a whole new dimension. That means also that the methods that we've employed for the past years are no longer sufficient. Right? We have to think of new tools, new ways of countering, especially the foreign interference part of AI, not only, but especially the foreign interference part. And we have to choose where to focus, because we can't fix it all at the same time. Elections, for me, are one of the priority areas, because those are the weak spots. As soon as you let AI influence elections, then you lose the democratic discourse that you're trying to protect long term. So in trying to fight back, you have to choose your battles. In that warfare that has just gone on steroids, you have to choose where do I put all my energy. So elections are the starting point, because if you get that wrong, you get all the rest wrong as well. So elections is a priority. In Armenia, of course, elections are coming up soon. We're working closely with the Electoral Commission, but not only, because there's also cybersecurity agencies and information agencies, and of course civil society that play a role there. But keep in mind the electoral part, that's the priority, I think, if we want to win this battle long term.
Thank you so much, and I think we will go back to what International Idea is doing here, and also I will ask a question on what can we do in terms of policies, because Sam, you're based in Brussels, so there's this whole agenda there on acts, including the AI Act and the Digital Services Act. But before going back to you, I'm just going to keep the same order. Now that we've dealt with AI and that we've understood that it's both a threat, an opportunity, a risk, short-term threat, but also a tool that can really help and support democracies. I really want to bring everyone's perspective and the specific approaches that everyone has on this framework of where we are today in this discussion around democratic resilience. And I really love how the panel has been shaped from media literacy to cognitive security. Really, where are we in this conversation that we've had over the past 10 years? You were referring to Cambridge Analytica, and over the last decade, we've had a lot of conversations. So I really want to have everyone's perspective on where we are and what are we still missing. to safeguard democracy, because in this sort of democratic decline that we're witnessing. Pierre, from the International Fund for Public Interest Media perspective, where do you feel that we're heading, and what are we still missing in that conversation?
Thank you, Camille, and just to share my appreciation with all the points made by the other panelists before. I think there's two things we need to see more of, and we're trying with the International Fund to work on both fronts. The first is to kind of foster a relationship between AI platforms and kind of independent journalism, or more broadly producers of reliable information that enables both kind of fair compensation as well as to put kind of reliable information at the core of these models. So that's the first point. The second one is, as I was alluding to before, independent media are weaker than ever, and there's a need for new kinds of supports because their role is kind of more critical than ever in a way. And maybe let me start with that second point. I think the first thing, and again using the framing of cognitive security, I think it's really important to acknowledge that the way kind of disinformation and threats to information integrity happen has evolved very rapidly. And we've moved from disinformation campaigns trying to propagate very specific lies to something that's much broader, that's about kind of creating confusion, creating kind of broad disbelief that make it very difficult for citizens to agree even on very kind of basic, simple facts. And so in that context, yes, it's very important to promote kind of rapid response effort, detection of this disinformation, sanctions, and all of that, but you can't really, it's not enough. You need to have kind of the sustained and constant provision of reliable and relevant information for citizens. And that doesn't happen without kind of stronger independent media. As I was alluding to before, there's a clear kind of market failure that's just being made even more acute by AI. And so that's one of the reasons why we've created the International Fund. For those of you not familiar, just in kind of 10 seconds, we're the first multilateral institution that's fully dedicated to financing information integrity and independent media in low and middle income countries. We're backed with a very broad coalition, including Armenia, which is one of the members and supporters of the fund. And I think there's more and more appetite and acknowledgement that this is important. At the end of last year in Paris, we held a big kind of conference on information integrity with Prime Minister Pashinyan, President Macron, and about 30 other states. And they made a commitment, a collective commitment in a political declaration to do more by way of multilateral action and support to independent media. And I would kind of completely agree with Samuel's point earlier. Elections are really one of the moments where this needs to happen. And again, I feel things are changing and changing quite rapidly. So 2 days ago, there was the European Political Community Summit here. And one of the things that head of states and governments discussed is a proposal that was put forward by President Macron, Prime Minister Pashinyan, and President Sandu from Moldova in terms of using a mechanism like the International Fund to boost kind of financial support to media in electoral and pre-electoral periods. And we've seen the effect this has. We did a lot of work in Moldova, for instance, and we've seen how media both kind of unveiled interference in the electoral process. We've seen how they were able to bring reliable information into parts of the country that were basically news deserts and left to kind of foreign-sponsored propaganda. We've seen them reach out to younger population, and the youth kind of turnout at the elections had never been higher. And so we've built a lot of learnings there, and in a few other geographies. We've actually ramped up our support here in Armenia ahead of the elections, now supporting a number of and quite diverse range of independent media. So that's the first point. The second one, very, very quickly, if I still have a minute, is on fostering a kind of relationship between AI and journalism that puts reliable information at the core of AI. We're working on two fronts. First, on the compensation question, so building policy solutions, whether through legislation or regulation, that enable that compensation, building the mechanisms that are needed to do that, including for collective licensing, and then building kind of broad coalitions in our partner countries to bring media together to act as a kind of single entry point for AI companies. The second level is to build, there's a missing, I guess, a kind of middle layer to connect AI and the producers of reliable information. And so we're working with partners to build that middle layer, working on things like creating localized data set, including in kind of so-called low resource languages that can then be easily accessible by AI and kind of tools and LLMs. We're also working on marketplaces to make sure that it can be accessed but not, basically stolen, because this is what's happening today. AI models use kind of reliable data information produced by independent media without compensating them at all. So we're working on those two fronts, and I hope we're going to see more kind of partners come to this table.
Thank you so much, Pierre, for also keeping in time. I really like the short and long-term vision that we need to have. Short-term, we need to fight the battle of information warfare, but we also need to have this sort of longer-term views on what kind of information ecosystems we want to live in, and where is the place of the media fitting in all this conversation, and its sustainability, of course. Arthur, I want to turn back to you on building on this sort of cognitive security piece, and also how you've contributed in sort of safeguarding the public debate in the run-up to the upcoming election here in Armenia, and also maybe building on some of Pierre's points on the international community. How can you have some support from different stakeholders here in Armenia, but also more broadly around the world?
So firstly, Armenia is not new to hybrid threats and disinformation. In 2021, we had preterm elections, and it was ugly. And Armenia didn't have even half of the support it has now. And I can see very clearly how a lot of capacity is there, both in the government side and in the civil society. And I wholly agree to the points about AI, media, and strengthening this bond, as I come from media myself. But media needs interlocutors. Media needs somebody to talk to. And in this regard, it is very important that we are seeing now that the government has built up its Stratcom capabilities. It has built up its cybersecurity capabilities. We are seeing that when media comes to the government for questions, the government already knows it and is already there with an answer. This is a new situation for us relatively. Government has even launched an AI-based AI fact-checking tool called Stugel.am. I don't want to talk about it too much. I mean, like, it does the job, so it's, and you're welcome to try, I guess. But what I welcome is that I can see this creative spirit in the Armenian government, which wasn't there for a while, and I see this energy, and it's interesting, and I can see how this energy, these new capabilities come in part or largely in part with the help of Armenia's partners. We are ourselves looking a lot at, we are doing like very massive social listening. We are tracking about 10 major topics which are exploited actively by disinformation actors, and we are able to work with our media partners to push out the narratives, and then media partners are able to reach out to the government for comments and come back. And this cycle is at right now, even with such a big spike of disinformation, is working much more effectively than I've seen. Like over the past, I guess, 1.5 months, we've produced more than 53 debunked stories are in the process. So, and we are able to very directly see how AI disinformation is going, where there is just manipulation topics. This is all thanks to AI, but this is also thanks to partners, because we alone would never have the resources to leverage those tools. So I have to thank here many of the partners, like IDEA showed me social listening tools, which we are now actively using. IFPIM is supporting some of the partners we're working with, etc. So in this regard, it's going much better than I expected, and newfound capabilities are just like there, and we have to admit that.
Yeah. But a quick follow-up question, if you allow. What are your main needs right now? If you had a wish list of well, this is what I need in the very short term, what would that be?
One of the big issues is human resources. And it's a double-edged sword. When I talk about human resources, partners suggest more training, but we don't have enough people to train them even, because like those who are there in the business, let's say, of debunking and social, they have overtrained, and we're not even able to track more. And that's actually one of the issues that the hybrid mission that the EU is deploying is addressing, like exactly that, bringing the human resources to also help out. So I guess that's a very critical need, and we need to develop on our end much more and involve new people, but also this is a very, very welcome help.
Thank you so much. That's a very clear takeaway as well from us and for the international partners that some of us represent. Annie, back to you on, actually I want to turn a little bit the question. I've seen, the Forum on Information Democracy, we work with a lot of governments, 57 of them around the world. And I've seen that Ministry of Foreign Affairs are really playing a crucial role in these conversations around safeguarding democracy, tackling foreign interference and information manipulation. I would love for you to share a little bit of your own perspective from the Armenian MFA. What is your role? How you built your own capacity to address the challenge? And maybe same question as Arthur on what can the international community, intergovernmental organizations like IFPIM, International IDEA, the Forum on Information Democracy, can bring, but also key partners. Of course, there was a state visit from President Macron and the European Political Community Summit. What can these crucial partner can bring to Armenia?
Thank you very much for the question, because tackling disinformation hybrid threats has become naturally a daily life. So we had our own experience already several years. We have accumulated certain experience, and it's not already surprising for me when we talk to some experts and partners abroad. When we share our experiences, sometimes they are really surprised, because when we share the scale and the activities that sometimes we are facing, they are sometimes surprised how the small Armenia can have such a challenge, and what are the tools and the ways to tackle. And I think these partnerships, in a way, I can allow myself to say that they are not only one-sided, that international partners are supporting Armenia with its capabilities, but we are also sharing certain experiences that we had, which can be relevant for other countries as well, who are going through some democratic processes. When it comes to the partnerships that we have built so far, of course, the European Union plays an important role here. I think everybody knows that we had already announced that there will be a European Union mission, second mission, a civilian mission deployed to Armenia, the mandate of which will be tackling the hybrid threats, including the disinformation, cybersecurity, and unlawful flow of financial resources. So this is one very clear example how we try to instrumentalize and use concrete instruments that are available from our international partners. Of course, member states, like you mentioned, France or Estonia, I will say, countries from the Baltic states that have certain experience, and they are very happy to share it with us. We have already had a very big and very efficient cooperation with them, like exchange of experts, but not only on the government level, but again on the society level. We try, as the government, we try to promote engagement between civil society, between organizations like the Cyber Hub and their counterparts, so that they can get the support when it comes to their tools. It is not only on the political level, but it is on the level of the respective institutions. I think all this brings to leveling up the resilience, yes, because if we have certain amount resilience in the society, they are ready for the elections or any other processes that will be after the elections in a year, two, or afterwards. So from the government perspective, we are really looking into it not only from the short-term perspective, but very much I share the approach of the colleagues that it is a long-term perspective. AI can be short-term threat, but you don't know what kind of a storm will come, because our title this time is the Riding Through the Storms. Yes, we don't know which kind of storm will come after the AI storm. So we are looking into this from the long-term perspective. The partnerships, of course, I can say also the United States, with whom we also have and signed an MOU when it comes to artificial intelligence last year in August, along with several other documents. We are now building up on this partnership as well so that it delivers very concretely for the benefit of our citizens and through certain companies which have a big reputation. So I can continue because it has really become our daily life, both tackling that challenge, fostering the partnerships. So I hope we will have the continuation of this discussion anyway in different formats.
Thank you so much. And we started late, so I hope we can still have our 50 minutes. But I'm seeing some signs that we need to speed up. Sam, I mean, we've already have a lot of takeaway. One thing that we haven't touched upon a lot for now is the discussion around regulation. And you're based in Brussels, so you've been really following the different tools that the European Commission has been developing, the Digital Services Act, the AI Act, to some extent the Digital Markets Act as well. What are the means and how can these tools can also be used in other settings, including the neighboring regions, and how can we potentially expand these tools to outside of the EU, what we call the extraterritoriality of the Digital Services Act, for example, and where do you see a space or maybe an opportunity there?
Thanks. Well, I'll start by referring to what Annie said early on. I mean, it's all about maintaining that public trust, right? Things will go wrong. There will be interference, there will be abuse of AI, the tech companies will do things that we don't like, but as long as we feel that there's a level of risk that we are willing to accept, I think we can protect ourselves, right? So we have to maintain the public trust, not by pretending that things are going to be perfect, but by showing that we have a plan. And to build that plan, we need to build strategies. And some countries have started to do this. France has recently released its strategy on AI. And of course, democracies have it more difficult. They don't have the free-for-all approach that autocracies can take. So you have to define that balance. How much do you want to push back? How much do you want to protect civic rights while doing so? I think that's step one. Every country has to start with a domestic debate, accepting that there's going to be AI, there's going to be AI threats. That's all right. We shouldn't panic. But we want to put in place the institutions. We want to build up the tools, have it in the civic organizations. We have a plan. That's what you want to do, and that's a long-term effort. The EU, going to your question, Camille, is an important player in that because they have the legislation, they have the frameworks that Armenia and other enlargement countries can borrow from, right? And that's a strong signal also to citizens that the EU has something to offer, that it helps them to be protected and that they do so within a democratic framework, that there are possibilities to push back, that panic is not necessary. It's also a two-way street, right? Armenia has a lot more, it's in the line of fire, much more than countries in Western Europe are. So Armenia can demonstrate that it has something to offer, that in its elections it will experience threats that countries in the EU may not have had to deal with yet. And that's what we see a lot. While Armenia is adopting a lot of these EU frameworks and legislation, it's actually also showing the way. It's showing the way with other actors, with new tools. So the EU is also on the learning side. So I think we have to also make the point that the two-way street, that's what EU integration is about.
Absolutely, and yeah, I wanted to catch as well what Annie, you were saying on the fact that Armenia can also share a lot of lessons, and this is also what we're trying to do within the Forum on Information and Democracy to have, as you said, Sam, the two-way street for international cooperation. I'm looking at my timekeepers, but can we still take a question from the audience, or just one? I see the gentleman right there who already raised his hand, so just one very quickly, and then we'll wrap up with everyone. Thank you.
I will be very quick, so thanks for everything. I'm from Italy, and I'm a psychiatry, and I'm working on studying the role of emotions on political choices. And I think that all the studies that have been done on the amygdala and all the anxiety, fear, show that this is an individual process that has been used by the platform in defining profiles. This is the fragmentation of the information. And this is the role of the artificial intelligence that has been extremely important, is to succeed in a very quick way, very accelerated way, to transform the individual emotions in collective emotions through echo chambers, through different type of profilization. Now, the point that has been raised, the profile comes from data. And the data are not, we cannot really stop the work of the platform on the data, because that's what the platform have been created, to create markets. So the politics has become a market. The ones that are able to produce more accurate profile will be more successful. So now when we talk about truth, we talk about trust. And if you consider that the trust of the European population regarding the European Union is very low at the moment, whatever we do and whatever we say in terms of trust and whatever we say about truth has to be considered in this way. People does not believe if they do not have trust. Yeah. So even the European AI Act that has been produced with 3 years of work and now is already late, I'm finishing.
Yeah. Can we get to the question, please?
The point is, how do we create a filter that is the critical thinking? We have to start from youth to create a critical thinking.
But what the question is?
The question is that we are talking from the individual, we're talking to the state strategy.
Yeah.
And this is really something that is not going to help.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for the question. I just want to give you, really, the panelists just one last opportunity to share any points. I think what you were referring to, the profiling of users, is a critical thing. Then again, the EU with the GDPR has been a leader in this space. Is this also an angle that we need to address? The protection of personal data, that's a question that maybe if I had more time, we could have touched upon. Just want to give, for final remarks, very short remarks, because we are a little bit behind schedule, to my panelists. Let's keep the same order. If there is one thing you would like to add, and maybe refer to the point from the gentleman. Pierrick.
I think I want to end on a point you've made, Annie, which is the kind of whole of society approach that's needed for this. And so it's really critical that we don't think about cognitive security or foreign interference through kind of narrow lenses. And so we need all the tools that we have. We need the work on detection, rapid response. We need the regulation. We need the independent media. We need the education. But it's really, I think we have a collective challenge, which is how do we bring these things together and kind of stop those silos. So I'll end on this.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being very quick. Arthur?
While I agree to the point about working with kids and on education, I don't think it's realistic to expect that everybody will come home and faced with incredible amount of disinformation, very convincing fakes, do their homeworks, double check, because the person has worked all day, they're tired, they just want to relax and just follow the news. It's not realistic. So unless we work with the platforms, unless we force the platforms to consider media and work with media, unless we empower the media to become the arbiter of truth, we are lost. So even though I sounded pretty optimistic, because that was the trend, we are facing with existential dangers here, so let's not underestimate that either.
Thank you so much. Annie? I think your microphone is...
My answer would be the following, that the individual is at the core of Armenian democracy. And that comes also when we talk about youth. Just to share the very recent experience. Yesterday in the evening we had a conversation with the foreign minister with around 200 young people. That was amazing. You know, they were asking such questions that sometimes we were surprised why they are not sitting with us at this table, because they have their very specific views. They are asking very good questions, which was really, we were really glad with that, because it brings me to the point that there is resilience in the society, there is really resilience in the youth. And when they have questions, they are asking, and they provide us the opportunity to give the answers. I was very amazed with this conversation. It was a very good one, and I want to say that we really look into this, because the youth play a crucial role when it comes to democratic resilience and the whole of the society approach.
Thank you so much. I totally agree with you that we need more young people to share their own views on what they want as in information ecosystems as they're growing up. Sam, some final words?
Some final words. What I'll say, I think we're moving into an era where we can't focus on content moderation anymore. You know, people dislike the EU in one country, another country they dislike democracy, or they like military rulers. I mean, for the longest of time, we've been trying to convince people that some information is wrong. With AI, that's just become impossible. We have to accept a level of falsehood and instead focus on the underlying infrastructure, right? So what is the information supply chain that people take their news from, and invest in that, right? Make sure that we have the right institutions, be it government bodies that fight back, or media, or civil society. Make sure that we do a better job at building that information infrastructure than the other side. And then we let content speak for itself. Sometimes we'll get it wrong. Sometimes people will think that the EU is a horrible thing. But at least we make it a fair fight, right? That's, I think, the shift we have to mentally make. And it will cost us a lot less than trying to take down each individual fake news item.
Thank you so much, Sam. I am saying we really need to wrap up. Thank you so much. That was very concrete conversations. Thanks again to Armenia for also its leadership in the work of the Forum on Information and Democracy. And I think we will leave the room for the next panel. Thank you so much, everyone, for your participation.
founder and president of the Delphi Economic Forum.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, what a great honor. As we discussed in Athens a few weeks ago, here we are. And mind you, we're going to come back. You have a great country. And definitely we're going to promote further the relationship between Greece and Armenia. Distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, let me recognize also His Excellency, the Ambassador of the Hellenic Republic here. Ladies and gentlemen, I think as we bring together perspectives from government, from business, and from policy, today's discussions highlight a pivotal moment for Armenia, one defined by transformation, resilience, and opportunity. As the crossroads of regions and at the intersection of shifting geopolitical and economic dynamics, Armenia is advancing a forward-looking vision to evolve from a country of transit into a country of connectivity, integration, and value creation. Through initiatives such as the Crossroads of Peace and through the deepening partnership with the European Union, Armenia is positioning itself as a reliable partner committed to reform, openness, and international cooperation. At such defining juncture, I think leadership matters a lot. Strategic clarity, commitment to reform, and the ability to navigate complexity are essential in turning vision into tangible outcomes. It is therefore a great honor to welcome a leader, the President, who has been closely associated with Armenia's economic development and reform trajectory, and who continues to play a central role in shaping the country's path forward. So with this, I would like also to recognize our Secretary General, who is here with us, Dimitris Kalkos, and Mr. President, the floor is yours. We thank you very much, and we are looking forward to your statements. I remember very vividly the excellent presentation you did in Athens a few weeks ago. So it's a great honor for us, seriously. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm glad for this opportunity. Thank you very much for the invitation and for trusting.
Նախ եւ առաջ ուզում եմ շնորհավորել այս օրերին Երևանում հաջողությամբ ընթացող եւ արդեն իսկ ավարտված մի շարք առանցքային, ես կասեի, միջազգային հնչեղություն ունեցող միջոցառումների կապակցությամբ։ Այդ թվում Եվրոպական քաղաքական համայնքի 8-րդ գագաթաժողով, Հայաստանի Հանրապետություն Եվրոպական միություն անդրանի գագաթաժողով, Ֆրանսիայի Հանրապետության նախագահի առաջին պետական այց Հայաստանի Հանրապետություն
President of France to the Republic of Armenia and in the Yerevan Dialogue Third Conference. And also we will be hosting the President of Latvia on an official visit and therefore fully speaking.
Կապես Երևանը եւ Հայաստանը ինչպիսի նշանակություն է ստացել վերջին 5 օրվա ընթացքում եւ շնորհակալություն եմ ուզում հայտնել առաջընկներով բոլոր այն մարդկանց, ովքեր որ մասնակցել են մեր միջոցառումներին եւ իհարկե ես վստահ եմ որ այս քննարկումները կնպաստեն ապագայում նորից էլի հետաքրքիր քննարկումներ կազմակերպելու համար։ Ելույթից նախապատրաստվելիս անդրադարձա որ դեռևս 2025 թվականի աշնանը երբ
secured its application
Գագաթաժողովը Հայաստանում անցկացնելու վերաբերյալ երկրի վարչապետը առանձնահատուկ ընդգծեց, որ Երևանյան գագաթաժողովի հիմնական թեմաներից մեկը կլինի կապակցվածության կամ փոխկապակցվածության հարցը։ Այսօր Հայաստանը կապակցվածության ընդլայնվող հնարավորությունների
growing opportunities of connectivity is a key player.
Այն իր հերթին ստեղծում է տեսանելի եւ շոշափելի հնարավորություններ։ Եվ հիմնված է խաղաղության վրա։ Բարեբախտաբար այսօր կարող ենք փաստել, որ դա իրական է եւ հնարավոր։ Եկեք ընդունենք, որ կապակցվածությունը նշանակում է տրանսպորտային ուղիների վերաբացում, ազատ առևտրի ընձեռում, տարբեր տարածաշրջաններ, այդ թվում Եվրոպան ու այս անկապող ավելի լայն տնտեսական ցանցերի ներդրում, ուստի այս իմաստով հարավային Կովկասը կարող է դառնալ յուրօրինակ հաբ, հարավ, հյուսիս, արևելք, արևմուտք խաչմերուկում։ Ակնհայտ է, որ խաղաղության խաչմերուկ նախաձեռնությունը միջին միջանցքի իրականացումը եւ Եվրոպայի, հարավային Կովկասի ու կենտրոնական Ասիայի միջև ապրանքների, էներգիայի, օպտիկա
turnover of goods, energy, cables between East and West, is of mutual interest for everyone. I don't want to go too much into details about this because the past days' conversations and also conversations during the summits were about this, to show the public, to show the world what kind of changes is possible to achieve in Armenia, in the region, when the borders are open, when all the obstacles are eliminated for free trade. This is an important comment. Normalization of relations with Armenia and Azerbaijan may become a key factor to translate connectivity in our region into real outcomes and opportunities. It's obvious that years ago, already in 2009, Eastern Partnership that launched in Prague, South Caucasus was seen as the front line or conditional border of Europe. However, today, no project can be strategic and can be if it's not ensuring connectivity. Opening all the connectivity routes has always been a priority for Armenia. When in October, Armenia came up with the initiative of Crossroad of Peace, the objective was to ensure connectivity between South Caucasus, Eurasia, with vehicle highways, railways, cables, etc. And within the conditions of the initiative, the idea is to have the shortest route between Black and Caspian Seas by the territories of Georgia and Armenia, and also to ensure the shortest route from Caspian and Marmara Seas. We also spoke about this yesterday. Madam Ursula von der Leyen said directly that the shortest way from east to west, from China to Europe, passes via Armenia, via South Caucasus. I think this is a very important message for the world, for the businesses, for the people, that we have to use this opportunity. And I have to add that this is not a new opportunity. This is an opportunity that has been used by our ancestors 2,000 years ago and more, when people were doing trade on horsebacks. In addition to the initiative, and also expert discussions, we have discussed about the economic component thereof, about its profitability, but we have to mention that it's impossible to have precise calculations and estimations because we are talking about transport means, cargo transport, pipelines, energy transit, and this is all yet to be assessed. But what is clear is that opening connectivity will mean economic opportunities, open market relations, and direct investments. As an economist who for many years was in science, both for theory and practice, I have to say that the initiative of the Republic of Armenia, which also has an important part of it as the TRIP initiative, Trump's Route for International Peace and Prosperity. In this context, I have to mention Adam Smith and Nicole Friedman about the clear highlight about the freedom, giving an opportunity for the businesses to get profit and for the societies to further more effectively protect their interests. Therefore, as an economist, ladies and gentlemen, I have to say that no interpretation can be clearer than neutral sources, and therefore I want to speak about neutral sources and statistics about the Republic of Armenia. As a specialist, I have to say those are very impressive and yet to be explained or interpreted, because the success that the Republic of Armenia has had since 2018 are not only numbers to be interpreted. It is also about mentality and change of behavior. And therefore, when we speak about change of behavior and mentality, we have to applaud to the economic and in general policies of the government. And I have to say the following. In 2025, the economy of the Republic of Armenia grew to 7.2%. Compared with January 2025, our export to EU has increased 90%, 2.3% to China, 13% to United States exports. Also important, if we compare with 2024, the investment in Armenia increased in general 88%, 4.6% was direct investment from 100 something to 600 something million. But it's impressive because if you look at the investments and the statistic of the investments in the past years, at least for me, there was uncertainties about the explanations why we didn't have good investment. But if we just look at 2024 and now, we can see that we already see the signs, the businesses see the signs that there are now opportunities for peace or ending the war de facto. And therefore, all of this is and was to bring to a more economic success for the Republic of Armenia. If you look at the digits of this year, January, February, construction increased 21, industry 17, external trade 9% growth, services 7, trade 3.3% growth. We don't have agriculture here mentioned because we speak about agriculture every quarter in Armenia, but these are just numbers that speak about the general change of situation in the Republic of Armenia when it comes to the investment environment. When we look at the finance markets and the events that are happening there, we also understand that the businesses have started looking differently at the economic policies of the Republic of Armenia. Summing up, allow me to mention that there is peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and also normalization of relations between Armenia and Turkey, and implementation of troop initiative, and good friendly relations with neighbors, and also strategic relations with the European Union and constructive dialogue with Russia. All of this can indeed make the South Caucasus one of the most attractive regions between East-West, North-South. And therefore, I can reassure you that the Republic of Armenia will spare no efforts to make use of these historic opportunities. Once again, thank you for your participation and for giving me the floor. I do wish you a fruitful discussion today.
Mr. President, we couldn't have a better introduction to our panel. We thank you deeply. My humble congratulations for the remarkable, growth of the Armenian economy. We are going to continue our cooperation because we have signed a memorandum of understanding and cooperation with your ministry, and I'm looking forward to welcome you to our annual meeting in Delphi sometime next year. We have to continue this, and of course we are going to be back here. Yes, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. It's a great honor to have you here. Thank you. Let me call the speakers, perhaps, of the panel.
Thank you. Now I kindly ask our speakers to take their seats.
So I think, as the President said, we meet at a moment when Armenia definitely is redefining its economic and geopolitical positioning, and of course through the ambitious Crossroads of Peace initiative and its deepening relationship with the European Union, particularly under the Comprehensive and Enhanced Partnership Agreement. Armenia, it is our strong belief, it is not only enhancing connectivity, but also undertaking structural reforms that will strengthen its attractiveness as an investment destination. Yet, ladies and gentlemen, I think the central question remains: how do we translate improved connectivity and regulatory convergence into tangible trade flows, productive investments, and integration into the European and global value chain? So, if I remember my previous life, I was the head of the American Chamber of Commerce in Greece. I will try to make it as practical as I can. We have a great panel here, 5 distinguished speakers. We have His Excellency, our Secretary General at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Hellenic Republic, Dimitris Kalkos, who was here last year as well, and I hope he'll come back next year as well. Definitely. We have Victoria Aydinian, who is the head of the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister of Armenia, Sarkis Dakazyan, who is a friend, he's also the president of the Armenian-Greek Chamber of Commerce and honorary consul of Armenia and Thessaloniki. We have Oana Popescu-Zamfir, who is the director of Global Focus Center in Romania. It is an important think tank which does a lot of analysis and research about foreign policy issues. And of course, we have Tigran Mkhitaryan. I did it well. Thank you for your patience. Who is a member of the management board of the Fast Bank. The bank started its financial system, I understand well, in 1994, somehow, and in 2011 it was registered as a credit organization. So thank you very much all for joining us. The topic you know very well. We discussed that before. I would like you to make perhaps 2 minutes, opening remarks, and then we go to questions. Do you mind, Minister, if I start with Victoria, who is our friend here, and she can speak on behalf of Armenia as well. Please.
Thank you very much for having me and this impressive panel. So first of all, I would like to, again, build on what Mr. President has already mentioned. We really witness an unprecedented momentum for Armenia, but not only for the country, but for the region in general. And yesterday also, President Ursula von der Leyen mentioned that EU needs Armenia, and Armenia needs EU as well. So this is, again, momentum, and it's a window of opportunity. Many people may say that we are in a broader region with multiple geopolitical crises. But I think the strength of countries, and especially the strength of nations, lies on their ability to transform crisis into a window of opportunity. And again, the developments, the advancement of this region will depend on how well Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, Iran, and the broader region, of course, our EU partners, the US, Russia, China, and all other countries that we have deep relations with, use this opportunity, build on their diplomacy, build on their institutional capacities, and as our colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs like to say, have a balanced and balancing foreign policy with each other. So again, thank you very much for this important topic, and I'm very glad to touch upon the questions related to the Crossroads of Peace Initiative, TRIP, and how Armenia is going to harness and tap into huge potential that these truly significant projects can have for Armenia and for the global region as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. I think with the historic visit of J.D. Vance, which happened last February, we see a shift in Washington's policy towards the region and in Armenia as well. What specific growth in trade volumes and markets, perhaps, you think this new relationship may bring to Armenia?
Well, absolutely. I think as it's mentioned in the TRIP implementation framework that was published earlier this year, TRIP, the project, definitely has a huge economic potential, and it's a multimodal connectivity project that makes Armenia part of the Trans-Caspian routes connectivity project as well, but also it's a part of the broader EU's global gateway strategy. Basically, as everyone mentions, Armenia is the shortest link connecting east to the west. But also I would like to mention some preliminary numbers that are coming from the recent feasibility study conducted by our colleagues at the World Bank. So if we open the roads and deep lock connectivity, we expect a at least 33% of increase in transit volumes. But if we open the railroads, we can see the largest impact there. Specifically, when we talk about TRIP, which we also consider to be our southern railway, then the increase in transit will reach to up to 10.9 millions of tons annually. And if we also open the northern route, which basically is Gyumri-Kars connection, then we will see an additional increase, and the numbers, the railroad volumes will reach to up to 14.9 million. Tons annually. And of course, it's not only about the transit volumes, but the economic spin-off that it's going to have. And here we're talking about lots of business opportunities for the private sector, for international companies, and of course for companies based locally here in Armenia. Logistics centers, data centers, legal, financial services that are going to add value on this connectivity project. And eventually, according to very rough estimations, it will save up to 104 million USD for businesses in terms of connectivity costs, which I think is significant. And again, these are very preliminary studies. If we deep further and if we manage, and I'm very hopeful that we will also make TRIP part of a larger connectivity projects, then the potential coming from Central Asian countries to South Caucasus and to Europe will eventually increase. And most importantly, because of course economics is essential when it comes to also international relations and geopolitical developments, but TRIP at its core has also a geopolitical and political significance for Armenia and for the broader region. As I have already mentioned, it's an organic component of the Crossroads of Peace initiative and also of a broader EU's global gateway strategy. And importantly, most countries situated in Eurasia, but also beyond, consider this to be an essential link connecting the world, especially given the multiple crises happening across the globe. I think diversification of routes is extremely important. And let's not forget about the political importance of TRIP, because as last year in August, the Washington declarations and the developments that followed, I think they clearly illustrate that this was a first step toward institutionalizing peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And I think this is the key and core benefits that we have already yielded beyond economic prospects. And finally, it's also very encouraging to see private companies, development partners, IFIs, international companies, very enthusiastic and approaching us on a daily basis, trying to understand how they can be useful and what are the investment opportunities. And very soon, as we finalize some legal and technical details with our US colleagues, we'll share also the opportunities for the private sector, where and how to invest. And importantly, TRIP is also going to have a huge private sector component the plan is to set up special purpose vehicles, and the private sector can come not only in terms of constructing the infrastructure, but also as an operator, as managing the critical infrastructure that will be part of the TRIP and beyond Crossroads of Peace initiative.
Victoria, great. This is great news. I like your enthusiasm. I must tell you, we monitor the figures because you are coming back next year, so we're going to see what you said. And mind you, you have a seat already. In our Washington conference, we do this for the last 8 years consecutive. We don't discuss only Greek and US, but we discuss the region. So I would love that you come and join us as well. Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary General, the floor is yours. Tell us, you came here last year, what kind of progress you see. Speak about Greece, Armenia. The floor is yours.
I just arrived, so I cannot comment yet.
Okay.
So, good evening, everyone. Your Excellency, Mr. President, my good friend, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished participants. First things first, I would like to thank the organizers for having me here for a second year, this time in a panel co-organized with the Delphi Economic Forum. And I think this is not coincidental because Yerevan Dialogue and Delphi Economic Forum are two organizations that are evolving, following the good trajectory of our two countries in terms of politics, in terms of economy, etc. My country, Greece, and of course Armenia, recent years have stood out in their broader regions as good examples. They are recording strong economic growth rates. We are following institutional reforms. We have strengthened our economic resilience, our financial stability. We are becoming more and more economically extroverted, which is something that is really important, and we are both emerging as regional hubs. Now we have excellent political relations. You know, Mr. President, last February we had the honor to have you in Athens. We have historical ties. We have very good economic momentum, I would say a window of opportunity to further enhance our bilateral cooperation. Another point I would like to mention has to do with the relationship with the European Union, which is a reason we have this panel today. You know, Greece has tremendously benefited from our participation as a full member of the European Union, both politically and economically. And I want to congratulate the Armenian government. I understood that yesterday you concluded a successful summit between Armenia and the EU, and I think this is the way forward.
Well, actually, that was my question. I mean, Dimitri, how do you think EU members can better support, not only Greece, but, you know, other European countries as well, how they can better support Armenia's integration into the European value chains and business as well, and investments?
Okay, apart from what we're doing and we're trying to do on a bilateral level, if we're discussing about the European Union and Armenia relationship, I would say that the basis should be the SIPA agreement, the comprehensive and enhanced partnership agreement, and also the strategic agenda. This provides us with the institutional framework to work from here. If you ask me for some concrete steps to follow, I would say, because I have economic background, that this is the time to reduce tariff and non-tariff barriers. This is the time to harmonize the procedures, the procurement procedures. This is the time to better our business environment in order to enhance the participation of our businesses to our both economies. And one last thing, because now we are living in a very volatile world, we have to see how we can use blended financial instruments, because we need to minimize the political and economic risk. I understand that last year EBRD and EIB took this direction, so this is the way to follow.
Thank you very much. Oana, how do you see things from Romania? This region, Armenia, please, let's have your views.
Thank you very much, and very honored to be here alongside His Excellency, the President of Armenia, and so many distinguished speakers and guests. And I hope that reflects the fact that when we look at Greece and when we look at Armenia and we look at Romania, we increasingly realize that these are no longer separate regions, that we are indeed more interconnected than ever. And I think in Eastern Europe, including the South Caucasus and the Black Sea regions, we used to think of ourselves as somewhat the periphery of Europe. But as I like to say these days, we are no longer the periphery, we are the strategic frontier. We are the place where the whole transformation of both security and the political and economic outlook of Europe and the EU have started to change. And I think our main task ahead for all of us, whether we are from Greece, from Armenia, from Romania, or anywhere in these regions, is to make sure that we become as central as possible to this European dynamics. And the reason I say that is that this region, these interconnected regions, are already central both to the resilience of Europe and to the resilience of global trade routes, energy interconnections, supply chains. So I think this is really a window of opportunity in time when geography, economics, and politics and strategic considerations do come together. And we have seen with the EPC forum, I think we are seeing with the entire rapprochement between the EU and Armenia, that increasingly European leaders on all sides are aware that what we cannot afford anymore is fragmentation. And we've been dealing with plenty of that in this region, in the South Caucasus, in the Black Sea region. But the one thing that will make Europe strong and will make it able to protect its interests globally is to leverage the immense market that it is and the political leverage that could come with that. I think this is valid for the EU. This is something that Enrico Letta emphasized, including in Bucharest, where we recently had a conference that you helped organize around that. This is also valid for the EU's neighbors, because obviously, again, we can no longer afford the lengthy times that, that traditionally were involved in EU enlargement. And I think, again, as EU enlargement progresses, at the same time, Brussels and the member states realize that we need much more creative, much more constructive and agile ways to already include partners like Armenia economically, in terms of security, in every form of cooperation, to make sure that we indeed project the combined power of everything that we have on the European continent and not just the sum of our individual capacities. And I will be happy to go more into the details as the discussion advances.
Romania has made significant progress these last years. You have attracted a lot of foreign investments, not only in the areas of industry, but in connectivity, energy, whatever. Can we draw perhaps some lessons from what you have done in Romania, not only for Armenia, but for Greece, for the countries in the region?
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. And I realize that this is perhaps a bit counterintuitive to speak about these particular days when we have a very abrupt and somewhat unexpected change of government in Romania, so not the world's greatest political stability. But I would say, and I'm going to actually quote my Bulgarian friend Maria Simeonova from something that she said in an earlier session, that perhaps the condition to turn this potential that I have outlined into genuine action is to invest in the resilience of our institutions. And this is something that comes with EU accession, with the process itself, well before the actual membership. It is not just a matter of building rule of law and anti-corruption. I think it is a matter of making sure that what the economy can bring is channeled in a smart way, in ways that avoid duplication, in ways that are inclusive, in ways that manage to strengthen state capacity. And as was outlined earlier, this is a good time to leverage the capability of the business sector as well. Fortunately, and I say that because in Eastern Europe we have not necessarily had the best tradition of strong governance. The potential of our countries does not reside in government and the political structures only. They reside in the entrepreneurship of our societies, in the creativity of the business sector. We have seen examples of this in Armenia here yesterday and today. I think the fact that the EU is increasingly switching to a more investment-related logic of disbursing European funding, which pretty much follows the logic of money in exchange for reforms. I think this, in turn, really manages to bring together all of these positive, constructive forces in society and the state to try and instill the business logic of efficiency and good governance into all of these processes. So I would say this is the main lesson that we have derived, other than obviously that lower barriers, if possible no barriers, as little fragmentation as possible, as few different customs regimes and fiscal regimes and so on and so forth are obviously conducive to much easier trade and a more friendly investment climate. So all of these things, I think, are really the challenge on both sides, and I'm very happy to hear, perhaps for the first time articulated as such in the summit between the EU and an aspiring country. I think I've heard more times than before that this is in the interest of the EU and Europe, not just in the interest of Armenia. And I think the EU is switching to this sort of mutual benefit logic much more than until now, when I think that there was a feeling of assistance to neighbors and candidate countries. I think we live in times where we see much more that this is not a matter of assistance. This is a matter of clearly mutual benefit.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much. Dear Sarkis, can we have your comments, please?
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Excellencies, thank you so much for your presence here today. Mr. Tsomokos, thank you also very much for the invitation. It's very important to see that the Greek-Armenian cooperation is expanding to sectors like for organizing. So congratulations to all of you, Yerevan Dialogue, Delphi Economic Forum, and the Enterprise Armenia. You know, it's very difficult when the previous panelists have analyzed in depth all the remarks you had to make. I would like to stress a few points. First of all, as far as the Crossroads of Peace initiative, that after 2.5 years of its inception, I think it's the most mature timing, and it's a time that is very much implementable with all this support the project has from all the world. And I'm happy to admit that as Hellenic Armenian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we were the first in Greece to present in public the Crossroads of Peace. It was at the Money Show of 2024. It was just 2 months before the Delphi Forum. Otherwise, we would have presented it at your forum, Mr. Tsomokos, but I'm sure that we're going to have the opportunity to share with you a lot of other ideas. As far as the Greek-Armenian cooperation is concerned, I will definitely remind you that the role of Greece can play and the know-how Greece has during the last 45 years of this European integration process is very much important for Armenia. So this knowledge and this has to be passed somehow to our Armenian partners. Talking about interconnectivity and opening of the borders, I would like to stress a sector of the economy which was not analyzed at all, and this is the capital markets and the financial sector. And I'm very happy that we have here Tigran from the Fast Bank, which is actually one of the few banks that can offer bond products in euros, euro-denominated products that we don't have. so many in Armenia. Tomorrow I have a meeting as a Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Greece with the Central Bank of Armenia, Mr. Galstian, to discuss further how Armenia can become the hub, the financial hub of the Caucasus. And to take it a step further, if we're talking about interconnectivity and peace, I think right away the three countries together, Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan, should start the road shows in the big markets of Europe to attract investments. In that
Apart of finance, do we have other sectors of the economy perhaps that present, that potential for the development between, Armenia and Greece?
There are several sectors. So His Excellency has presented the achievements of the local economy the recent years. It's not only the 7.2% digit growth of last year, but I could say like the country has doubled, almost doubled its GDP the last 10 years. There are huge opportunities in renewable energy sources where Greece has a big competitive advantage and know-how. The capital markets, as I have said before, construction, tourism, food and beverage, in all, apart from mining, I could say all the rest of the sectors of the Armenian economy can be interesting for the Greek investors and businessmen.
Can we possibly organize a small meeting during the Thessaloniki International Fair in September about Greece and Armenia? Because we have a lot of Greek business leaders who are coming to participate. The government is there. Perhaps we can put together, an Armenia-Greek event, which can be, a step forward in the relationship between Greece and Armenia.
It's an amazing idea, actually. Let me also remind you that as Hellenic Armenian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we have a continuous presence since 1994. During the tough times of Armenia in the International Fair of Thessaloniki. So I would be more than glad to assist you with that in organizing such a forum there.
For those that they don't know, Thessaloniki International Fair is Greece's largest showcase. We have, it is taking place within the fairgrounds of Thessaloniki. It is also a political event. All the political parties participate. The Prime Minister, whoever he is, gives the State of the Union speech. So I think, Mr. President, under your leadership, perhaps we can organize an event. Thessaloniki is a great place. We can host you there. And let's plan something so that it can be, a kind of a next step about the relationship.
You're going to have much better time than Athens, that's for sure. Yes. It's an amazing city.
Absolutely. Good. Let's go to Tigran, who is waiting for us. Sir, please. Give us your perspective from the financial.
So first of all, thank you for having me here. Thank you to His Excellency, Mr. President, and distinguished speakers. I will touch the topic of crossroad of peace and integration with the EU in a sphere of financial and more to the business, because when we are coming to the main pillars, which is driven the improvement of the trade between the two countries, between the Armenia and the EU, this is coming to logistic, which is in terms of the initiation of crossroad of peace, there will be the connections of the logistic connections, which will decrease the value, decrease the cost volume, and will help to the businesses to be more competitive in the EU market, I mean the Armenian businesses. The second pillar, which is one of the most important pillars, is the risk premium, because when it's not time of the peace, the risk premium of Armenia is very high, and it's not effective and not very interesting to make investments in the Armenia. But in the initiative of the crossroad of peace, and when it's totally peace in Armenia with our neighbors, the risk premium of Armenia is getting down, which is making it more eligible to get more FDIs. And what we can see from the last year, that the investments, direct investments into the Armenia has grown dramatically, and this is something that will continue. And this is something that the financial sector of the Armenia will have its impact as well, because we as a bank, one of the banks of the financial sector of Armenia, it's our daily job to get in touch with the EIB, EBRD and other European financial institutions in order to attract money, which will bring itself a push to the economy, to the businesses to grow, to make the investments. And then it's coming the third point for the direct investments, the third pillar, which is the regulatory. And on this topic, when we are talking that the Armenia's regulatory is changing and aligning with the EU, this makes Armenia more, let's say, more easier to make the investment, because the laws and the regulatory is much more understandable for the EU companies. And these three main pillars which I mentioned, this making the Armenia to become not only a hub for IT or data center, this can become a hub for R&D, and as well this can change in the value chain of the European companies, the import and export of particular components for the whole. And this can be used in order to push the trade and change the economic balance of Armenia and EU, and this can push the trade between Armenia and EU.
Tigran, all these connectivity and infrastructural projects, they will require a lot of funds. Is the banking sector of Armenia preparing itself for all those investments that are going to take place in the next few years?
This is a good question. The banking sector, I will not say that is fully ready, but it's made it preparements starting from the 2023 and 24. And there are a lot of talks and a lot of discussions with international financial institutions, as well as with the direct banks. And what was always one of the topics that it's not a peacetime in Armenia, and the risk premium, which I mentioned, it's very high. So this is making the interest rate of the funding to the Armenia not very, let's say, not very appreciated. And when the interest rate is getting down, the funds are getting cheaper. This is boosting. And yes, banks itself are negotiating with the European banks and international financial IFIs to bring the money to Armenia in order to push the businesses.
Sorry for my ignorance, but I understand that the World Bank is here also, and the IB and the BRD. So all those financial institutions are here in order to support all those projects. Am I right? Yes.
Yes.
I don't know how much time we have so that we open the floor for questions. I cannot see a clock around. I don't know how much time we have.
I would also like to
Please,
add
yes,
the Black Sea Trade and Development Bank, which is established in Thessaloniki, and the current administration wants to expand its banking and facilities to Armenia. And for sure we have to get them involved in our project in Thessaloniki for this coming September.
Absolutely. Are there any questions from the floor, perhaps? From the audience? Yes, sir. Please, a question and your name as well.
My name is Richard Bezjan. I'm the CEO of one of the fintech companies here in Armenia. We have 5 country locations: Bulgaria, Greece, Georgia, Armenia.
Great.
So as a fintech center. I just wanted to also make a proper introduction for you, Mr. Simeon. We did not know who you are, so I contacted a friend, and he sends his best regards to you, Mr. Gigas Hardouvelis. Who's a
He's
good
our
friend
chairman of the National Bank of Greece, former minister, and a great guy, yes.
That's true. And he said good things about you, and I did not know, but he says you created the equivalent of Davos in Greece.
This is an exaggeration.
Just so that everybody knows. My question to the panel and also to perhaps our president. I get asked this question a lot lately, and because of our operation in different countries. They say, okay, Armenia is, we know where it is, but north and south and east and west, countries are having problems. You know the problems that have emerged. Armenia, though, is kind of doing well. No one's bombing Armenia. Airplanes are not flying over. how can you maintain this status? Because it is a wonderful place to be. How can we maintain that? If anyone can help answer this question.
Thank you very much. Mind you, it was a common question to all the speakers. How this geopolitical turmoil, how these disruptions may affect, hopefully not, the business climate and all the projects which are under implementation in this part of the world, and Armenia primarily. Can you comment a little bit on this? Please, Victoria, yes. Thank you. Very good question.
Again, thank you very much for a very important question. But if I may just gently challenge the premise, because as you rightly mentioned, sir, even though in a broader region it is time of crises, but again, and we're very fortunate that for Armenia it's an unprecedented year for stability. But again, the peace is fragile everywhere, and we do need to focus and invest into our institutional capacity, into our diplomacy to maintain this fragile peace in the region. And Armenia, I think, is uniquely positioned for this because we are in Eurasian Economic Union, we have CEPA with European Union, strategic partnership with the EU, with the US, with Iran, Georgia, we're in peace talks with Azerbaijan, hopefully in reconciliation process with Turkey. Lots of agreements, talks, and very fruitful collaboration with other countries, including China, India, and beyond. So basically, we are uniquely positioned in the center of all the developments, positive and negative, and we need to use our competitive advantage as a leverage to, again, gain more benefits not only for the country but also for the global region, because we all do understand that diversification is a necessity today and it's not a luxury anymore. And I think this is what is going to be at the core of our diplomacy when we relate to our neighbors and other international partners. But if we talk about our internal politics and policies, what we can do to actually, again, safeguard the peace and stability we have, which is definitely also going to be a very positive signal for the private sector and hopefully to decrease the premium on lending for commercial banks as well, I would say two things. First is, of course, the regulatory quality, and I think we are already moving into this direction. Specifically when it comes to tax and customs administration, of course, digital transformation, and I think I see Mr. Yerevan here. So we are actually advancing on this, and Armenia, if we even compare Armenia to EU accession countries, we have a higher percentage of services that are available online. It's around 81%, so here as well I think we're doing quite well, but we need to further basically invest on this. And this is one of the reasons why we are currently designing 6 national strategies for the upcoming 7+ years. And the first one is, of course, on economic development and transformation. And the premise here is to break the middle income trap, because during recent years, as our GDP doubled, we see very unprecedented macroeconomic stability in the country, but we are a high middle income country. We need to also break this trap to further advance our economy, and this only can be possible through investing in quality infrastructure, again, to facilitate better trade and connectivity with the EU and broader region. So the first thing would be regulatory quality, digital transformation. Second would be more investments into quality infrastructure, and of course, tax and customs administration should be a crucial part of that. And finally, I would say that, and I think this topic has been central in our discussions with EU partners, with the US, basically with everyone, is to invest more on energy sector. Because energy, especially in today's high-tech, advanced, basically state-of-the-art technologies, it is essential to have. And we see also what is happening in Europe and other countries when the Strait of Hormuz was closed. So investing more into the energy and also into the connectivity, because Armenia today, we have excess energy and it is renewable. We have a lot of potential for adding on our capacity of solar energy. So we should, again, invest more on connectivity with our neighbors. So we are finalizing Armenia-Iran transmission network. We have already commenced on our Caucasian transmission network with Georgia, and I think there is a huge potential to also connect with Azerbaijan, and this is what TRIP is also about, but also with Turkey, and through these neighboring countries to also export energy into Europe, and thus also creating an infrastructure required for businesses to prosper and to flourish. And just a tiny comment for my colleague from Fast Bank. Recently, we also are having a very increased interest from international development banks, not only development banks, but also investment banks. And everyone is super excited about the developments happening in Armenia. So the hope is that very soon also the premium on borrowing would gradually decrease.
Victoria, thank you very much. You're great. Dimitri, would you like to comment?
Yes, just a few words. Obviously, this is a very interesting question. The answer is not simple. It's, I would say, quite difficult to maintain your optimism in a modern world. Actually, we are living in the age of great uncertainty. If someone sees the indicator, the economic uncertainty indicator, he or she will see that this is at its highest level for the past 3 decades, and more than 50% from the historical averages. So I don't know the answer. What I know is that nowadays we are more and more talking, when we're discussing about economic decisions, more about economic risk, political risk, and not about the calculation of economic cost. All economic and trade dependencies are increasingly weaponized, so this is a big problem, but we have to move the other way around. As we say here, connectivity is always an opportunity, so we have to maintain our connectivity lines and routes, but with a difference. We have, as Victoria said, we must diversify our trade routes, our trade partners. We have to minimize our economic and energy dependencies, so we know what we have to do. And one lesson from history, if we see one thing from the past eras of human history, we'll see that the most prosperous and the most safe and the most resilient economies and countries are the ones that have strong allies. This is the way to move forward.
Thank you, Dimitri. You reminded me that I'm coming from Dubrovnik, which there was a very big 3 Cs initiative. Mind you, they were discussing all the issues of connectivity. I don't know, Mr. Secretary, whether Armenia can, as an observer or as become a member, but it is actually a very useful tool for Armenia as well to get engaged with the 3 Cs initiative as well. Thank you. Sarkis, please go ahead.
Just a small remark to this, very much important remarks from my fellow panelists. Armenia, you might know it even better than me, has been through severe crash tests in its economy the recent years. It has been through the pandemic. Let me remind you the 44 war, second war for Artsakh, an attack on the territory of Armenia by Azerbaijan in September of 2022, the ethnic cleansing from Artsakh, but all these cases, the Armenian economy continued to grow. The Armenian dram continued to rise against the euro and against the US dollar. We created more jobs on all this time. So we have been through such crash tests, and I strongly believe that I'm confident that the government of Armenia and the Central Bank of Armenia can handle such situations in a very effective way.
Thank you very much. Before I go to Anna and Tigran, the president has a comment to make, perhaps. And he always has priority, as you know.
Շնորհակալություն։ Դերունս տեղա։ Շնորհակալություն։ Ինչի համար
Dear colleagues, I just wanted to ask to make a comment that is about an important truth that sometimes we may not want to talk about. And the question is the following: why is the economy of Armenia developing things 2018? Can anyone say? The reason is fighting corruption. Do not look for other reasons. That is the reason. The success that we have had and continue to have is because of that. Number two, the state is ensuring better quality of regulations to make the economy and investments more attractive. Number two. Now what's the challenge? The challenge is for the further development of the economy is going to be harder. Not so much incremental anymore. It's going to be harder because first we were at a lower level, we reached to a higher level, now the further development is going to be more difficult. We need to find additional resources. And the question is the following. Our resource is South Caucasus, unified South Caucasus. If anyone could hope or think that the economy of Armenia will or can continue to grow so rapidly without South Caucasus regional cooperation, please forget about it. Look at our history. Past 30 years, our Armenia, Georgia, not much difference and not much changes in our lives. If we take the GDP per capita, no sharp changes, no tiger or other miracles like in other places. We need to be able in our region to clarify and normalize our relations. What happened in the Middle East quite recently, no one could have predicted it. Even if predicted could have, no one could have estimated it. That was something geopolitical, a storm, geopolitical. No one could have thought. That's something different. But the neutral and natural way of development is cooperation. Victoria, apologies, you're saying something dangerous. You too much speak about regulations, too much think about finances. My personal opinion is it's not the right way to go. Just to remind the following, our banking system has been very unique. That has been stable since the 90s. Let us leave the banking system alone. It has its own logic. It knows very well what business and risks mean, even if there are some concerns about excess profit. We just need to understand why and how. The phenomena in the finance sector after January that we have, state bonds, lower interest rate, more attractive, better representation internationally. Ameria Bank is already in London Stock Exchange. Finance system is the best measurement, and if it feels comfortable in the economy, that's good. We should not artificially touch it just because sometimes they have been able to earn extra profit. It's always attractive to count someone else's money. We just need to understand what happened. I'm not saying the banking system is perfect, not at all. We need to ensure that the banking system be competitive and quality competition with quality tools, things that are being done already. The biggest problem in our market is unestablished or not yet mature capital markets. We know this very well, but the change in the situation, establishment of peace, regional cooperation, and our joint projects implementation will also mean lower prices for the financial services as well, because financial services are based and measured on risks. We say that transport costs here are 25-30% higher compared with international markets because cross borders, risk of war, things that will not be in the future, therefore will be a positive impact. Sorry for interrupting, and once again I want to thank you. Sorry if I was a bit emotional in my words, because I'm a bit concerned that we might get bogged down in the economy to more regulations. That's dangerous. We need to be careful. We need to be maximum careful with state interference or regulation. We need to allow the business to work independently with smart laws. Adam Smith, for investments we need low taxes, smart laws, and peace. He said this 250 years ago. Adam Smith is gonna say the same again and again. Thank you very much.
A very brief comment from Anna and Tigran, perhaps, so that we close this session. Perhaps Victoria will end.
Thank you, I hope I won't repeat something from what the President said. I'm really sorry not to have had translation, but even if I repeat it, it will be worth it, because I think, so see, to start with, these are clearly times of extreme volatility and very dynamic. Now, in Romania, we like to think that we live in a difficult region. Because we are direct or indirect neighbors with Turkey, with Russia, powers that have diverging interests, a massive influence, and so on and so forth. But to be honest, to look at Armenia is humbling. I mean, when you are a country like Armenia, and you have neighbors such as Russia, Turkey, Iran, Azerbaijan, honestly, if you manage the history of survival and resilience that your country has managed for so long, I would say times like these are no unique circumstances. So this is one thing, but to be honest, I mean, to bring it to the current times, to think about it, it is Armenia that drew the EU in here. It was not the other way around. Let's be very clear-eyed about this. Armenia was part of the Eastern Partnership. There was no particular appetite within the European Union to further expand in this direction. It was Ukraine and Moldova that gained access to a renewed geopolitical momentum. It was Armenia that, through extremely constructive behavior, despite the very recent traumatic experience with Azerbaijan, and despite your historical tensions with neighboring countries, managed to convince the EU to now give it so much importance, and I think we can all see that.
The message is very clear, Ona.
So I will just say that you know, to keep the EU involved, to keep the US involved, I think what we need to do both in Armenia and Romania is to just realize that we need to initiate, that we need to do our homework first, and then the EU and the US will follow once they see that we have something to offer and not something to ask. And I think Armenia has clearly started this and only needs to go down this path.
Thank you very much, Ana. Very good comment. Tigran, 30 seconds, 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I'll try. I'll make a link to what Sarkis told and what Mr. President touched. Actually, in order to develop the Armenia's part and to maintain this connectivity with EU, we need to increase the SME businesses here in Armenia as well, and increase the production of the SME businesses and increase the goods that are produced in Armenia in order to be more competitive towards the other markets. And what the financial sector is doing here, as Mr. President mentioned, the financial system of Armenia is very solid, and it faces a lot of disruptions during the last 30 years, let's say. And what we can say that is very solid, there was no outflow of the deposits from the financial sector, and as well, this year we can face that the Armenian financial sector going one step ahead and decreasing the interest rates on the lending part for the SMEs. This will push the growth of the of the SME businesses, and this will push the growth of the business environment in Armenia and make it more compatible.
Thank you, Tigran. Thank you very much. Victoria, you have the last word.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to conclude, to say that Armenia is basically at the intersection of all major global connectivity routes. But it's not only about that, as Your Excellency rightly mentioned, it's also about democracy. And again, it's about the reliability. And Armenia, I think, as a partner, our premise would be the quality, again, of our governance, the quality of democracy we offer, and how like such a reliable, the way a reliable partner we can be for the countries. So again, it's not only about a line on the map, but it's also about the quality of the country and services we can offer. And I think here we are doing quite well.
We close with this. Thank you very much. Let's give an applause to the President, please, for his. And let's give a hand to this excellent panel as well. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
editor-in-chief of an independent media on geopolitics and military. We will face today a very important argument because it's the key point of this Yerevan dialogue and even of our times, because AI does not affect only cybersecurity, even if it's one of main use in this area, but even institutions, finance, elections, telecoms, public services, and all the strategic competition that is going on in our days, and the news that every day reach us underline this tremendous potential instrument. We'll discuss this panel with our guests, that starting from Nerses Yerevan, the chairman of the Information System Authority of Armenia. And after him, we will have a talk with Bassant Hasseb, is assistant professor of political science at the European University of Egypt. Then Hararat Hukasian is first deputy chairman of management board of Unibank Armenia. And last but not least is Janne Talas, is chief executive officer of CMI, Martti Ahtisaari Peace Foundation of Finland. So we'll face many aspects, from institutions to financial actors and to diplomatic people in this field of AI. Let's start with Mr. Yerevan. How do you achieve cybersecurity resilience at scale in the era of AI?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity and the invitation. The way the question and the title is put, I like it very much, because most of the institutions and the general public is focusing on the benefits and the disruptive, basically, feature of AI. Very little focus on security and the challenges that the AI also brings with its implementation. And on the challenges, it's either the extreme kind of case of considering the collapse or nothing. But there are too many aspects, and then especially the cybersecurity considerations are really critical. In the AI era, AI itself is compressing the threat exploitation life cycle. It has become much shorter because attacks are becoming faster, more adaptive, and increasingly automated, reducing the response window for the states and different institutions. AI has also changed the nature of attacks. The primary target is no longer systems or data, but affecting the trust in the society. Like with AI solutions, if cybersecurity is not in place, then the entire societies could be modeled and manipulated. And there's a term, social fabric. The social fabric of the society could be interfered in big deals. Resilience must shift from system, therefore, to protecting the service continuity. And we have seen that with digitalization, those services become vulnerable. And it's not about the financial gain, which is less organized at such. It's more organized, basically attacking the systems and integrity of the systems. Like recent cases, especially in the region, on election systems, financial systems, payment systems, and public services, basically at large. The other point I would like to make, which will bring to my conclusions why we have to implement cybersecurity at scale in the AI era, and it cannot be fragmented, is that the cybersecurity incident now scale into governance risks. It's not a technical issue anymore. Failure in critical systems translate directly into institutional and economic disruption, and also basically disruption in the social fabric, as I mentioned. Therefore, secure by design as AI governance ecosystem itself has become a cybersecurity issue. Resilience must be engineered at the scale by design. Otherwise, it becomes more expensive, if not impossible, basically, to address the cybersecurity issues. Embedded into cybersecurity governance beyond the infrastructure across cloud, data, and AI enablers. I'll bring an example here, basically, why it has become governance issue, because the attackers are more mobile. I've been dealing with counter-terrorist financing and basically fighting against money laundering. And again, the adversaries are much faster. They don't follow the rules. Deploying technology, organizing the work is much faster than on the government or institutional side, because you have to follow rules. And in many cases, those rules are restricted, and like ethical, human rights, and also some physical constraints are engaged, therefore would delay the reaction of the normal institutions. And this is why it has become quite crucial that in normal times we have to pay attention to the governance and the institutional setup rather than basically focusing on technology, etc. Technology is evolving, could be tackled, technical issues could be solved, but then integrity of the systems, institutions, and the societies might take much more longer, basically, to restore if, for technical or other kind of reasons, it fails to meet the standards. And the final point is like disinformation and cyber attacks are no parallel threat anymore. And we see increasingly that these things, misinformation, deep fake, disinformation, work hand in hand to amplify the cybersecurity risk. Like cybersecurity attackers create the fact, then the deep fakers and then misinformation hacktivists, I would say, and attackers amplify the fact, which might have no impact, become a major issue with large impact on the society and the institutions itself.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Professor Asseb, and I would like to ask how the current war in the Middle East has increased the importance of cyber defense, infrastructure resilience, state reputation, and stakeholder trust.
Thank you, Andrea. Nelson, he sets the foundation of what I'm going to talk about, actually, so thank you. The current Middle Eastern war has demonstrated that a shift in how war is conducted, how modern warfare is conducted, from standalone cyber operations and AI-driven drones to a full integration and full data-driven warfare in what we call AI-powered data factories in supporting military operations for the first time. And this actually increased the significance of building cyber defense, resilience, state reputation, and maintaining stakeholder confidence. And here, cyber defense became the backbone of this AI-driven warfare. It's not only about protecting networks or ICT networks, it became actually an enabler to the operations of the military systems. Systems like, for example, the Israeli Defense Force MATSPEN unit, okay, where actually it illustrates this kind of fully driven AI systems that I'm talking about. This system actually integrates several platforms, like the Maestro. They have their own LLM system that's called Genie, other also platforms, and in a way that creates a system of systems to speed targeting, to have more precision and synchronization. And this creates an unprecedented level of synchronization and speed and precision of targeting that have never been witnessed before. So here we can see that within seconds, you can see a flow of information between the commanders of the military and the frontline forces, okay, within seconds. Okay? And this actually explained how they have managed to have such precision of attacks. And this adds to what we call the layering of intelligence capabilities, where cyber power became a core element or part of those layers, which explains why or how they have managed to target certain officials, especially the Iranian top officials, in such a speed and such precision. So we have first the layer of human intelligence, in which of course the CIA and Israel, they share together. And second, we have the layer of pre-existing cyber espionage through access to surveillance cameras or traffic cameras. And then you have the layer of this AI data analysis of the intelligence they gathered through systems like the LLM systems like Claude, as we have heard before. And then we have also the layer of signals intelligence, which actually managed to disrupt mobile towers, okay, in order to prevent top officials from receiving warnings during the war. And this shows how cyber capabilities or cybersecurity is not only a matter of disruption of services, it became a core element of intelligence gathering. And this shifts cyber defense, as I mentioned earlier, from being only a protection tool for ICT networks to become a core element or a core tool for national security priority. And states here, as Nelson mentioned, they don't only focus on cybersecurity, they focus on resilience, infrastructure resilience, as a second step after cybersecurity. And in this data-driven warfare, this infrastructure is not only a target, it's actually the foundation of military functioning, the functioning of government services, business services and sectors, and the stability of the society, as he mentioned. For example, when we look at the cloud infrastructure in the war that we are witnessing right now, we can see that the American cloud infrastructures in the region, whether it's in the Gulf or in Israel, okay, have managed actually to give them some advantage, or have been used in the operations of the military to target those officials and to actually use them in the war in Gaza previously. And in retaliation, Iran actually clearly stated that, okay, I'm going to target those cloud infrastructures in the region, okay? And we have seen examples of such disruption to powers to these cloud infrastructures in a couple of countries in the Gulf area. And the resilience of internet infrastructure specifically became a core element of such conflict in the Middle East. Because when you cut the internet services or you disrupt it, what you are creating is that you are enabling disinformation, because access to first-hand data, whether it's images, videos, or live streams of the atrocities or what's happening on ground in the war, they stop when you don't have this kind of internet connectivity. And this makes it difficult for actually fact-checkers to conduct independent investigations of what's happening on ground. And when you have a spread of such disinformation, what happens is that you are undermining states' credibility and their control over information. And this causes public panic and causes public mistrust in the government or state institutions. And the most obvious example here is cyber attacks that are actually aiming or have conducted or designed to cause public panic. We have seen a lot of state-sponsored groups that launch cyber attacks just to cause panic. For example, when you send a fake text message to civilians, okay, and falsely warning them about an attack on bomb shelters, terrorist attack on bomb shelters, okay? And this text messages are spoofed as if it's coming from the government. Or you have on the other side, for example, some kind of hackers that are, or state-sponsored hackers that target infrastructure, critical infrastructure of the countries, from water services to transportation, in order to cause fear and panic among the citizens. And the other layer here is that state reputation and stakeholder confidence is caused not only by this kind of disruption, okay? It actually shows that cyber power here and building your cyber offensive and defensive capabilities act as a deterrence first, and also act as a way to maintain such reputation among your stakeholders. And this is important for the countries in the region. For example, for the GCC states, okay, cybersecurity is important to maintain their identity as the main technological hubs in the region. And thereby maintain confidence of stakeholders to invest in the country. And also, if you look at Israel, Okay? Cybersecurity and cyberpower in general is part of its digital identity. Domestically, it could act as, especially in the current war in Gaza and the current war with Iran, it acts, or it tries to compensate some of the reputation damage among the public and the portrayal of the regime, okay, to the public, which might have been affected because of the course of the war in Gaza, and also it acted as a commercial asset internationally. And also for Iran, this actually acted as a way to show to their citizens that I still have the power, I still in control by having this kind of retaliation through cyber attacks, asymmetric retaliation through cyber attacks.
We'll continue our round and we'll go back to this point even with the second one. I will give the floor to Mr. Ararat Hukasian, the first deputy chairman of management board of Unibank of Armenia. And how is AI and the digital transformation changing the financial cost of security, resilience, and governance? Because at the end, it's always about money.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. Yes, it's always about money, and I believe that probably disinformation started to happen first time when the first contract was written and prepared. So this is something which is typical for human nature, but what makes the difference and why we are talking about cybersecurity, resilience, and the threats which are coming from disinformation so many times, and let's say the attention, the focus is increasing because from a single manual intervention attempts, it has been transferred into an industrial system. There is a study which suggests that in 2026, the size of total cost of, let's say, putting up campaigns, so-called trollings, is reaching 26 trillion US dollars. That's an amount which is out of any imagination. We are talking about at any single time around 1,200 campaigns happening. This is more than 700% increase. And that is basically destroying what my colleague Nersa Sierichan mentioned, is the trust. Society's trust towards the institutions, towards the financial organizations which are supposed to protect your assets. So what does it mean in reality? And why it is so critical? Because apart from the scale of disinformation attacks, not only scale is growing, but also the speed. It takes less than a minute for a financial market to react to a piece of information which is false, but it has been released, let's say, in a way that people believe that this is coming from a credible source. So it takes less than a minute for market to react. For human intervention, for human to detect that this is a false information, it will require from minutes up to hours. So to some extent, that makes human intervention obsolete. So we cannot fight against that level and that speed, relying on traditional, standard, conventional methods which were used. So what does it mean? I'm not here to, let's say, to draw a picture of Armageddon and say, let's think that is the end of the war. No. The other side of equation, the cybersecurity techniques, methodology, and the layers which people are putting together and organizations, it's also becoming more complex, more complicated, sophisticated, and capable of handling situations. For example, one of the architectural methods which is called, which is used very frequently by financial institutions, it requires multi-layer architecture. The first one is the perimeter. What does it mean? It relies on predicting threats, narratives which are happening around the financial system, and picks up the ones which might contain a single hint or single suggestion that this is coming from a, let's say, false source. So that is so-called perimeter layer. So we need to always, it's like in old let's say, in Middle Ages to put up the external wall around the city. The second level is about organizational resilience, which is inside the organization. We need to build up capacities to fight against possible attack. Those capacities are built by having a preemptive procedures, policies. So in other words, to simulate situations and be ready when this happens, you just hit the right button or call the right people and they will take the actions which was predefined longer time before this happened. Not necessarily all of that can be correct, but it is better than nothing. Because if we will not have that organizational resilience, procedures and policies in place, and we will think that when attack will happen, we will take action, we lost already the war against those who are acting not in a good faith. And the third and most important probably is the intelligence integration, which means all attacks which are happening, information which is gathered at financial institutions, it has to be regularized, standardized, and passed to the center, being a national center or regulator, where all of that will be maintained as a database for building up the next layer of expertise, which will help us to build up the parameters, what we need to do. For example, what was the reason that this attack was successful but the other one failed? So to learn, and that is what we call it, building intelligence infrastructure in place. So this is a very serious challenge for the humanity, for the financial system, because it really destroys the trust, and the financial sector is built on a trust. I think that's it at this point.
Thank you very much. Let's finish the first round with Jan Talas, that has a huge diplomatic and experience, and even in cooperation. And the question is, how can digital technology support conflict mediation and resolution, and what are their limits?
Thank you for Yerevan dialogue, for having us and me here. This is a great pleasure, and thank you for all coming here after lunch, second day. We much appreciate your showing up. Hey, as I'm in a podium, I may do something that I wanted to do. Hey, would you put the hand up for the people who have been subject to Signal or WhatsApp hack in the latest? Okay, good. So this is, yeah, okay, there it's going around, and that's the reality now, especially I think in Signal. I think I have maybe 3 points I would like to make. My first point is a little bit, and maybe as my background, I am running a mediation, a big global mediation organization that is active also in this region, but also I do have a background as a cyber ambassador for cyber diplomacy. So I have a kind of two perspectives on this. I think my first point is that we have to always keep in mind the big picture. It's easy and it's important to discuss the cybersecurity and the problems and the challenges what we have, but I think at the same time we have heard it in the financial sector, we have heard the developments at the war fighting, but the reality is that the digital promise is huge. It is a kind of positive thing that happens to humanity. The stuff that we can now do, you can apply for a loan digitally, you can do all kinds of things. It is incredible, and it has happened very fast. So I think my first point is that let's keep in mind that the digital transformation change is a net positive. This is something that would improve our life and kind of the lives of the future generations. And I think the real issue is look to kind of secure and guarantee it, to make it as smooth, but don't get into the idea that the kind of securitization is the kind of driving force. The driving force is really the kind of opportunity for the human being on commerce, on finance, on kind of across the board. So I think that's an important point, and that needs to be kind of appreciated, because we start from the cybersecurity position. My second point is something that we deal every day. My organization, CMI, Martti Ahtisaari Peace Foundation, digital domain is a new domain for conflict. Conflicts now happen in a kind of in our real domains, but also in the digital domain. That's the reality. What it really means, it means that there was a thinking that the conflicts were somewhere over there, far away. Not anymore. They are very close to us. If I think of what happened in Gaza, every day I went to work in Helsinki, I saw the university students kind of camping outside, and really the wars are waged, or the wars and the conflicts are unfolding in the digital realm, and that is something that has really changed the business we are doing, the mediation and the conflict resolution business. And you just look at what happens in between US and Iran, that there is more digital action than there is a kinetic action right now. That's the reality. Though, what this means for those guys like us, that we try to find the solutions for these conflicts. First of all, you have to understand and adjust what is happening, that this is the reality, that conflicts do not happen only on the ground here, but there is a kind of digital dimension all the conflicts. The digital, and the reality is that the digital realm only foments conflicts. There are lots of Twitter wars. It used to be a Twitter. I guess X wars sounds stupid. There are lots of known Twitter wars. Have you ever come across with the Twitter peace? No. So I think that proves my point that the social media is made for built to polarize and make things just simply polarize. I think that's how the algorithms works. And I don't hold my breath for Twitter or X pieces. So that's something that we have to recognize. But at the same time, and I'm looking clearly from the conflict resolution perspective, that is something that we consider very important. It is that how to resolve the conflict. And I think that we come into the conclusion that the digital is another domain for human action, and the conflicts are between human beings. So you have to address the ramifications, the implications, and the fomentation and the kind of activity in the digital domain. But at the same time, it is quite difficult in the digital domain to find solutions. In order to find a resolution for conflicts, if I think of in this region, it requires people sitting together, people talking to each other, and that's still the only way. I think we can discuss more of the technical aspects in the next rounds, but I think that's the only way. I think it boils down to my third and final point, what this is about. It's ultimately because conflict resolution, disagreements are between the human beings and they unfold in different domains. Trust is the key issue. I think it's in the title and not by accident, and I think all of us have mentioned that. The trust is a crucial element, and it is built by human interaction. Trust is, you cannot technically create that. There are ways, you have the transparency, and trust is also, it's crucial how you do things. It's not what you do, it's what you do, how you do your defenses, but how you do it. And I think trust is something that is fundamental in all of conflict resolution and also cybersecurity. And maybe I will wrap up in the reference that coming from the Nordic Finn, coming from Finland, the high trust societies. And I think it is very important that the societies, that it's a societal aspect or factor. It is not the technical thing. It is, you can have a technical means to support it, or but you have to create it with the education and how the people interact and how the social institutions work. That creates the bedrock of the trust that needs to be there in the center. So the technologies are crucial and important, but I think we need to keep in mind that this trust needs to be fostered between humans, and we have to make sure that there are no technological problems and hiccups that actually start to, because when it's really difficult to, we know as a kind of conflict resolution organization, the most difficult thing is to bring back the trust between the human being in the societies. And so the technologies need to really be geared so that we don't get into that situation. Thank you.
Okay, let's start a quick second round, and with Mr. Yerevan, let's ask, is the need for local and global collaborations and partnerships increasing to address AI challenges?
Yep. Basically, I should mention a package of 3 important laws. This package was adopted in December 2025, covering the Cybersecurity, Public Information Act, and the law on the Information Systems Regulatory Authority. Therefore, the authority I'm presenting here is only a few months old. But why I mention this legal package is to basically echo the previous kinds of speakers, that we shouldn't forget about the progress that digitalization is bringing, but we have to make sure that cybersecurity serves as an enabler, not something you go and fight against any kind of progress and development, but you perceive it as an enabler. Therefore, we have adopted the European best standards as part of our legal requirements, with the focus being an enabler. Cybersecurity is an enabler. Therefore, for businesses and the critical infrastructure, we try to work pretty closely with them, that they didn't perceive this as a cost center, but perceive as an investment into their customer base, expanding their services, reducing their overall cost, because they invest into cybersecurity and they reduce the cost of failure of their digital systems. And the other important kind of principle or principles in the law are the coordination and collaboration. And this is where it comes, at what level and with whom. Internationally, you need to collaborate, because network is a global thing, right? And then if something happens in the network, it doesn't recognize any borders, and the IP addresses are globally controlled. Therefore, this worm could flow anywhere it thinks through, even inadvertently. Basically, the attacker might not intend the country, but it may appear in your case. Therefore, getting early information, working together with other kind of authorities, especially with friendly countries, etc., is about preventing things, although many incidents are not possible. Therefore, you have to focus reducing the impact and the cost of those incidents. But to get this international collaboration means you have to give something out as well. Therefore, that requires you have pretty good, trusted internal collaboration with your critical infrastructure, that they report it. Not the law insists and mandates them to report the incidents, but it doesn't happen automatically. Like, we have to trust each other that information, the critical infrastructure shares with us, we bring value, some value added, and then they benefit also from our international collaboration. Therefore, our strategic goal is to position Armenia as a center of excellence, both for local kind of ecosystem and also globally, basically. This is how both sides will meet each other. Through us, we become invisible. And that's how basically we built the supervisory ecosystem, because we try to extensively implement these exercises, cyber drills, as we call, because this is how people learn from each other and also learn from the global experience. There are no written rules you can put and then things would happen. It's a permanent learning process, and I think we have to put this in mind. Two other quick points and then I'm done on this. Shared situational analysis are critical. Currently, we are heading towards the election cycle in Armenia. Therefore, we get lots of intelligence information from all of our other places, which has the greatest value, basically. We ourselves wouldn't be able to achieve that level of intelligence rather than we get from other experiences. Therefore, this shared situation awareness and analysis, doing joint exercises, sharing with information is also critical. And the final thing is we have talked about different levels of architecture, how you design your systems. Therefore, we have to focus on standards. Like, you can design and operationalize IT systems in any way you want, but if you follow the standards, then more countries, more systems outside of your country understand you, and then you could exchange with the information. In a way, systems become interoperable. Networks are open, and if your systems are interoperable, then basically you'll benefit in that network from others' experiences and also share your own experience for the global good and security and safety. And I think this two-way collaboration internally and also externally would capitalize and reduce the cost of compliance in the country, because both sides would see the benefit, and this is how we would turn cybersecurity from a cost center to an investment opportunity, expanding businesses and building large global marketplaces that bring kind of lots of profit to the shareholders, but also lots of benefits to the society.
Thank you, Mr. Yerevan. Professor Seb, how states in the Middle East can build and collaborate for cyber defense and resilience while preserving technological sovereignty?
Thank you, Andrea. I will just build on what Nelson and Jan said about the capabilities. Yeah. But first, I have to highlight the importance of technological sovereignty before I go into the strategies to be followed. When you over-rely or when you have dependency on foreign technologies, you don't only open your systems to technological threats like cyber espionage, but you also have another kind of threat which actually hampers or weakens your sovereignty. And the Middle Eastern states is no difference from other states in this domain. And this could be, this hampering of sovereignty could be caused by being actually subject to the policies of the countries who own the technology. This is first. And second, for example, in the domains of the military or defense domains, the most damning risk of losing control over your own systems in the military, especially AI-driven weapons. Okay? So here, technology, specifically AI, is actually becoming a sovereignty issue. Because, for example, cloud infrastructure, when it's actually done externally, okay, this actually causes an issue when it comes to data sovereignty and data security. And those actually who manages, or the states who manages to own the technologies, they are actually increasing their power in shaping international norms. They have leverage here, okay? They have leverage in shaping norms internationally, okay? Cybersecurity standards internationally, trade and export regimes when it comes to digital services and technologies, and also the controlled pricing, okay? And they gain the economic benefits out of all of these technologies. So the goal here for the Middle Eastern states is to build their own technological capabilities, build their cyber defense and resilient capabilities, while at the same time safeguarding their digital sovereignty. But the problem here is that building the digital sovereignty is not an easy thing, because states, they often lag behind big technological companies when it comes to resources financially, when it comes to the innovation, and when it comes to talent. So what states in the Middle East or anywhere in the world needs to do is to have this kind of comprehensive strategy, a multi-level strategy that is actually grounded or based on multi-stakeholder engagement. You engage people from the government, you engage civil society representatives, you engage the private sector companies, put them on board when you design these kind of strategies on all levels, on the national level, on the regional level, and on the international level. So these kind of strategies would involve what? As Nirsin here said, and as also Jan mentioned, first is to build your own local expertise. And building local expertise means that you have to invest in the education with regards to cybersecurity, AI, quantum computing, blockchain technologies, and also offer some kind of scholarships designed to these programs. And also to support research and development institutions, innovation hubs, your own digital startups by giving them financial incentives and grants, by giving them tax incentives, okay? Because you want to retain your talents at home. You don't want them to go and run and work elsewhere, because in some countries in the Middle East, because some of the low salaries or the poor economic conditions or the high experts for digital devices, they make those kind of people or talent go and work elsewhere outside of the country. So what we have here is a brain drain in the cyber domain. Another thing is that you have to promote public sector digital literacy by actually partnering with private sector companies, local companies that you have, and those local digital startups, and having programs to train your public sector employees and about cybersecurity, about cyber hygiene, and so on. The second thing is to encourage the domestic production of technology products and cybersecurity products to actually prevent this kind of dependency on foreign technology and actually build or produce products that are locally adapted to your own local conditions and local needs. And this can be achieved by public-private partnerships that I mentioned earlier, and also it could be achieved by establishing a more inviting and more enabling business and regulatory environments for those startups and for your own technology companies to thrive, okay? Because some of the regulatory frameworks are crippling for certain digital startups, especially the young startups and the young SMEs in your country. For example, you have the high levels of bureaucracy and procedures. It's actually annoying not only for your local companies, but also for foreign investors, okay? You have some kind of regulation that actually, instead of focusing on innovation and producing secure by design tools and products, they focus more on compliance, restrictive by focusing on compliance. The other thing is that you focus on regulation that stimulates competition. You open your market to public and private companies as well, and try to avoid the kind of public monopolies that most of the countries have, and also to have some kind of mechanism to prevent any kind of anti-competitive behaviors in the market. The other thing is that you have to update your own national laws and regulations and make them not only state-centric. We're not only talking about state-centric cybersecurity. At the core, you have to talk about human cybersecurity, okay? And here, it's important to include in the governance process civil society organizations, because those are the ones who are going to guarantee that those regulations are going to have transparency, there's going to be accountability, and there's going to be trust from the public when you have this kind of human-centric regulations. The other thing is that you need to promote a community-level initiatives for digital literacy and for awareness about what is the regulations that I have at home, what is my rights, what is data protection regulations that I have. And the other thing is to strengthen regional cooperation, as Nirsin mentioned, okay? Through, for example, the shared military exercises and the training the personnel, the military personnel. Through, for example, as Ararat mentioned, the cyber threat intelligence sharing, okay, between countries in the region. Okay? And the last thing that I want to mention is actually to be more active in shaping international norms around state responsibility in the cyber domain and building a framework to have an ethical use of artificial intelligence. And in this department specifically, we can utilize cyber diplomacy tools where diplomats, they act as cyber norm entrepreneurs in these domains in order to create a shared understanding of norms and regulation, what is a responsible use of technology and what is not. Thank you.
Thank you, Hasib. And the second round now reaches again Mr. Hukasian. And I would like to underline, starting from the local skills that the professor just talked about, Armenia has a huge tradition in technology since the Soviet era. So I would like to understand what are the opportunities and the area of development for from the spread of AI and digital technologies?
Okay. Thank you. Well, I would imagine that 150 years ago, in a small European country or a town, you could have a financial institution bank and interact only with two groups of clients, depositors, and borrowers. And the only thing which you needed are good, skilled people inside the building to meet them, to greet them, to write down the agreement, etc. And one tough guy, security, who will be standing inside if somebody comes in. Today, that picture doesn't work, clearly. We all know about it. It's about multi-layer, multifunctional, across the industry, and all of that is because of the speed, scale of AI development, digital transformation, and the threats which are coming. You are correct mentioning about what are the opportunities in Armenia, and those are already taking place. For example, almost all financial institutions in Armenia are now working based on a credit scoring tools of different, let's say, level or different complexity. What we can expect more? First of all, it's my own opinion, and I think my colleagues will probably share that. We will see more of a cross-sector cooperation. For example, the banking will not be relying only on its own expertise and staff. If you want to have a good security system to have a proper resilience and to be able to defend your database, you should not hire the best programmer in the city. Because by the time that programmer will be your staff member and will write a program, that will be outdated already. You should sign a contract with the best company in the city. Because those are professionals and they are updating their systems, skills every day. So it's about outsourcing, not only by scale, but also by depth. A lot of transactions and activities which were traditionally, historically believed that they should stay within the four walls of the financial institution because there is a confidentiality issue, there is a responsibility for keeping customer data. Those must be, I'm not saying should be, must be outsourced because you cannot work alone. Of course, there is a possibility of some information outflow, but that is manageable. First of all, you need to pick up the best companies who are able to provide you the best services. So that's about outsourcing, in my opinion, is one thing which is coming to be more and more actively used. Today, in Armenia, we already see that a lot of financial institutions are outsourcing their HR functions. They will be shortly the next level, outsourcing your critical data analysis, even for credit scoring, even for collection. All those are going to be used because that will be cheaper, faster, and more, I would say, more more correctly reflecting the current situation. We already see that even in AI, there is a second, if I may say, I'm not expert on AI, but there is a second generation of AI, so-called generative, which is coming with a lot of agents. That's a specific function which comes with AI. That means that everything needs analysis, reviews. Before speaking up something or before making a decision about the product design or the next action to be taken, you need to do a serious analysis, scenario modeling, to evaluate what are the implications. And all those skills must not be your own employees. You might outsource it and to give it to others. So in my opinion, we are going to have a very interesting period in our lives when interaction between companies, between different sectors of economy will grow up. And if previously, there is one thing which bankers, they like to speak always about, cost cutting. So from cost cutting, they will be moving to strategic cost initiative. It sounds a little bit more, let's say, modern or interesting, but in fact, there is a real meaning in that, because you are not just by cutting your cost by firing 2 or 3 employees or not investing. It's more about different things. If you don't invest today, you will be investing 10 times more tomorrow. For example, if you are investing in a system, it's not only about cutting your staff cost, because it looks that you are reducing the cost, but at the end of the day, you will be investing more in systems which will require more regular investments. Probably one CapEx and a lot of OpEx throughout the years. So that is the other change which will happen to the financial sector. So let's work together and meet that brilliant future, because there will be more cooperation and more opportunities. And quoting my friend Mr. Yerevan, which was saying is with the opportunities which are coming. If we see that our car is the main source of pollution, we do not break the car. We just buy a new one, better one, which consumes less petrol and keeps the environment safer.
Thank you very much. Let's conclude the second round with Mr. Talas. And I would like to ask something about the modern conflicts. How have interstate wars and cyber operations changed the landscape?
Thank you. I think we don't have that much time. I'm looking forward for your questions, so I'll try to be very brief. Only 2 points. First, for the Basant, continuing the discussion, and I think the second more on the Ararat, because I was inspired because he described what happens in the banking sector. So I'll try to describe what happens in the mediation sector in the future when AI comes. But I'm starting with what has happened in the conflicts, and I think Basant had very well described them. I would the process I would call weaponization of everything. What we have seen the energy has been weaponized, finance have been weaponized, migration has been weaponized, environment has been weaponized, and now you see the elements of technological dependence or technology being weaponized. So we are in the world that it is shaped by state-to-state violence or war or action, that states are engaging others and using all kind of domains, all tools they have to influence on the others. And that is something that you can clearly see in the cyber sector, that I see what is the most important driver force is state actors coming into a cyber kind of domain. And I think they are the most difficult actors because they have basically unlimited resources. They have access to LLMs, kind of quite mythos level, 0-day kind of vulnerability. So we are talking about it. It's a different. My point is a different thing to talk over cyber criminals and the states engaging in a cyber activity. And I think it's in the UN documents. It's very clear that, for example, North Korea has been identified as a state that involves, as a state, this kind of activities in the UN, public UN reports. So that's something that is really changing the rules of the game when you have states using massive resources and influencing others, and it's a war, and I think that's something what intrigues me also is international law, because of course in the cyber world there's lots of discussion that you have. I'm talking about the state action here. There are rules of the war that applied in the armed conflict, but there is stuff that happens below the armed conflict. What you can do, and there are different rules that apply for that. And I think what we have seen, for example, after 22, after war in Ukraine, it just now, before that there was a discussion what you can do below the armed conflict. Now it's also what you can do above armed, what the cyber war means as a part of a war. We see that with what we see unfolding in Iran. Just to give you an example from legal point of view, if it's a Ukrainian hacker who attacks a Russian bank, could be seen as a legitimate, if there is a war between these two countries, legitimate fighter. But if Armenian hacker does the same kind of activity that is illegal under the international law. And so there are elements that you have to be, that kind of things are changing. And I'm not sure that our international law is kind of at pace with it. And that's something that I see is it, but I think it all stems from the fact that the states are more involved. And this is closer to the war, as we have heard from the previous speakers.
I apologize, but
yeah.
we are run out
I will say 2 words about, because I was inspired what Ararat said, how the AI will be used in the mediation. I think 2 things. First, it will make the human dialogues better. It will not replace the human agency, but think of if you discuss a straight with the negotiators, you could be with the AI project what certain solutions would mean in real time on a trade, and that would be something significant. And the second thing, you can bring lots of more people into these dialogues and build the trust with the larger group of people with the digital means. But I rest my case. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much. I really give a thank to all the speakers and all of you. I thank this to this panel, but the time is over and we have to leave the floor. Thank you, everyone.
The institutional architecture that underpinned globalization is under visible strain. Multilateral trading systems and cooperative economic forums are under significant strain. Fragmentation is critically challenging globalization. It is the present reality. Sanctions, tariffs, multiple other restrictive measures are significant political tools is revolving. Independence is more a source of leverage or vulnerability. Introduce you to our distinguished speakers. So, Nicolas Albertoni, Center for Development Studies, Uruguay, and former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. We have the Thomas Gomer, Director of IFRI France, Rahim Osakbayev, Director, Center of Applied Research, Talab, Kazakhstan, Matthew Wells, President and CEO, One Region, and Eli Baron, co-founder, CEO, and head of the Executive Committee, MENA 2050 Israel. So, thank you for that you are here. Thank you that you are visiting to Yerevan, and I will open the session. And my first question will be to Mr. Albertoni. So, from a Mercosur and Uruguay perspective, the EU-Mercosur interim trade agreement has now entered provisional application, if I'm not mistaken, as of May 1st, 2026. In an environment of tariff escalation and strategic autonomy policies, what does this step tell us about the future in large of international deals? Are they still a pillar of stability? Are we sure? Or increasingly instruments of the geopolitical positioning? And what early signals should we watch in the first year that will determine whether it's true or holds? Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria, and good afternoon, everyone. And for the organizers of the dialogue, thank you so much for the invitation. It's my first time indeed in Armenia, so I'm happy to be here. First of all, I think it's relevant to put in context about Mercosur and European Union negotiations, and now formally in conclusion and ratification of the agreement. After 25 years, we have been negotiating this agreement. I think it's the oldest and largest negotiation in history. Between two regions, you know, we have all Europe, 27 countries of Europe, and the 4 countries of Latin America, of Mercosur, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay, representing the 4 of us, almost 80% of GDP in general in South America. So it's a relevant sub-regional bloc. So after 25 years, we concluded agreement in December 2024. And finally, as you mentioned, after a long political discussion, it became real in May 1st, a few weeks ago. So that said, I think this is a huge signal for the rest of the world that, you know, in a context of international tensions, international tariff, we are concluding and putting and implementing an agreement. So this is the first highlight that I want to highlight indeed. So nowadays, you know, in Latin America, we are facing a huge debate on regional integration. We are by far the most integrated region, 33 regional blocks, but at the same time, we are the region with less trade by itself. You know, having the region as a destination, we have the less intra-trade, you know, in terms of regional dimensions. So this agreement has been, and I think, the window of opportunity, and this is sometimes, you know, it's an uncomfortable but realistic fact, that this geoeconomic uncertainty has also become a window to conclude this agreement. I would say that, you know, the negotiation was not the reason why we conclude the agreement, but the uncertainty context. And this is sort of weird, because sometimes uncertainty means many negative things, but to this agreement, to say the truth, it was a huge opportunity, because we have a sort of an early conclusion in 2019, that after that we reopened the negotiation for sustainable debates and sustainable and chapters, you know, in the agreement. But in the last year, we said, you know, this is the moment. Based on Trump 2 in the US, based on, you know, the tariff escalation between China and the US, all putting together, you know, was the window for us to say this is the moment to conclude. So I would like to start with a positive, you know, message, saying that beyond all the geoeconomic uncertainty that we are all facing and dealing with in every country. For a small country like Uruguay, but I would say for a regional dimension of Mercosur, it was a good moment to conclude an agreement that we were negotiating for 25 years. So this is sort of the context, and then we can go more in depth in the following question. Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really impressive, and I know that it stands as a cooperation framework with of the 35 years, yeah? Am I correct? Yeah. So thank you. And my question will come to the next speaker, to Mr. Gomert, Director IFRI, France. So Europe is one of the central actors in the ongoing global geo-economic revival and reorganization. Europe remains a major economic power. However, its strategic vulnerabilities have been exposed in multiple ways. And my question will come to the, let's say, Europe's geo-economic posture. So Europe is increasingly using economic tools, sanctions, trade defense measures, industrial policy, and connectivity initiatives as instruments of power. In your view, connectivity initiatives, in your view, does the EU now possess the coherent geo-economic strategy, or it's still reacting to external shocks and revivals? Where do you see Europe's greatest strength and its most critical vulnerabilities in this emerging battlefield? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank, of course, the Yerevan Dialogue for its invitation. Maybe 3 points to try to respond to your uneasy question. By starting with an observation. I think that we have, not only in Europe, but everywhere, changed the paradigm of globalization because we were searching for economic efficiency, and more we are now searching for economic resilience. And it's a huge change in terms of business model, in terms of public policies, in terms also of allocation of resources. We know that you should have some stocks, for instance, but stocks, that's expensive in terms of rotation of capitals and so on. So that's really a big change, and you are also supposed to better understand your value chain for each segment to try to securate each segment, which is also not so easy to be down. The second point is that in your introduction, I think that you use the keyword of merger between geoeconomics and geopolitics. I think there is an illusion to try to separate them because territorial confrontation are still very, very at the core of international politics. Have a look about what is happening, in Hormuz, for instance, all the choke points, or Bab el-Mandeb more recently, or Suez in the past. So the idea that globalization is something in flux, working easily, it's no more, in the mood, to put things bluntly. And I think that we should be very focused on choke points and on the future of freedom of navigation, because globalization sounds with maritimization, and what is at stake right now with the situation in Hormuz is the future of freedom of navigation. So now to respond more with the third part, much more, to your question related to Europe, I think that we can say that, Europe is a open trade-oriented organization, because that's a big difference with North America, for instance, or other part of the world. Europe needs to continue to import massively fossil energy and minerals. So only for that, there is a need, to continue to strengthen international trade. Having said that, I think that Europe also made a very important geostrategic move with the so-called Green Deal decided by the previous EU Commission, because basically, because of this dependence on fossil energy importation, the move is to invest massively on renewable, on nuclear energy. And the fact is that after 2022, with the large-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the rupture of the energy flows between Russia and Europe, Europe very, very significantly increase its energy transition and is moving in the direction of energy transition. And part of the debate right now in Europe is, should we continue to allocate a lot of money to energy transition at the expense of rearmament, or the opposite, and vice versa? That's a very difficult issue, because in fact, in terms of possibility of diversification for energy supplies, they are not so numerous given the situation in Hormuz. I stop there.
Thank you. Thank you. And also regarding the first part of your answer, we have also the technology transformation, AI. It's faster, and the governments and countries should adapt to that. So it's also the challenge in terms of the big picture. I think everyone is agreed, and the countries who are doing the progress in that, they are winning. So I think in terms of the energy and in the other what you mentioned, also the technology should be on a very priority place. So, Mr. Oshakbayev, so Kazakhstan is strategically positioned at a critical juncture of transit routes, of which the middle corridor is currently of particular importance. And my question will be to the middle corridor. The middle corridor is often described as a strategic alternative to routes crossing Russia or vulnerable maritime choke points, yet it remains more expensive and underdeveloped. In your view, does the middle corridor have a viable and sustainable future as a major Eurasian trade artery? Or will geo-economic rules and capacities constraints limit its strategic relevance? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a real pleasure to be the part of this discussion in Yerevan Dialogue. It's my second time. Talking about the middle corridor, so I should emphasize that Kazakhstani government put lots of efforts and consider it as a strategic, one of the biggest strategic priority to develop this middle infrastructural logistical priority. And now what we see in the developing situations in different parts of the world, especially in the Middle East, in Russia and Ukraine, so the viability and demand for this corridor is growing. But talking about the middle corridor, I would suggest to avoid two extremes. The first extreme, that middle corridor could replace or will replace in the future the northern corridor, which comes through Kazakhstan, Russia, and Belarus to Europe. And I prepared for the audience quite valuable data figures, what I took from the operators, the current statistics and their view on the future. So totally through the northern corridor, in spite of all this geoeconomic volatility, so last time in 2025, we had more than 311,000 TEU. And it comes, the biggest operator is the UTLC, the company. I think the Kazakhstani government wisely decided to found this company together with Belarus and Russia in equal proportions in shares, and now they are successfully operating. And now they're providing 88% of all trade, all cargoes comes from China to Northern Europe. And the middle corridor is growing. In 2025, it was a little bit more than 2.8 thousand TEU. Now it grew like 20 times to more than 41,000 TEU. And now it's 12%. And all logistic operators extremely happy in spite of the fact that they are longer, costly, with the process of through the two seas. It also creates lots of risks and lots of costs, but nevertheless they're happy that they have the alternative. So in the future, the assessment for the last, at least this year or last year, so the potential demand was 1.5 million TEU, which can be moved from China to European Union through the railroads. But the northern corridor and together with the middle corridor was able to process less than 400,000. So there is a huge huge amounts, huge space for the growth. And the bottleneck is these transactional costs. So some bureaucratic stuff, problems we had in different countries. But the potential is very high. So the potential of the middle corridor, so the estimate is about 200,000 TEU. So we have space at least 5 times to grow. And the second extreme, I should of course avoid to dismiss the middle corridor because it's smaller, more expensive and less developed. So we have a lots to do with this corridor, especially in the investing in infrastructure in the Caspian Sea, so on and so forth. And the final point, so I would like to refer to the elegant metaphor which Prime Minister Pashinyan yesterday talked that the Armenia geographically changed in spite of the fact that it's not moved physically. Absolutely, and I think this powerful metaphor also relevant for the whole region of the Central Asia and South Caucasus, and we see with these area carriers when the airspace of Russia was closed, now we have the tension in the Persian Gulf, it's also some risks, and the value of our airspace of South Caucasus, Armenia, Kazakhstan grew. And the same, I think, in the transition. So I think this is the time also to reconsider and reprise our geography.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, you're right, and quite impressive number. It's good that you provide to the audience the numbers as well. So my next question will go to the Mr. Wells. So, Mr. Wells, you bring a frontline perspective on geoeconomics, working directly with the governments and businesses to anchor supply chain, attract strategic investments, and translate national economic policy into regional growth and resilience. So my question will be, you have spent your career aligning public, private, institutional leaders around shared economic strategy in a region tied to major US supply chain and clean energy investments. At the regional level, geoeconomics looks like competing for federal dollars, anchoring supply chains, and building strategic resilience. What do regional economies actually need from national governments when supply chains fragment and trade blocks harden, and what gets lost in the translation between the policy conversation and the ground level reality? Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question, Victoria. Certainly something that I spend a lot of time in my daily life addressing fragmentation and the changes in the geopolitical landscape and how that applies to a specific place. I just want to first thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Yerevan dialogue. It's been a marvelous couple of days, and I've learned a lot here. And I've been struck by so many of the parallels as we've been hearing about I'll borrow my colleague's reference to the changing of the calculus, but not the coordinates of the geography. And I think the key takeaway, if I could sort of distill down what I have heard here and what I have experienced in my own work, is that there is a renewed emphasis on place. And the market has, for many, many decades, rewarded concentration. I think and has optimized for cost, but we've entered a period where the optimization for resilience and redundancy has become paramount for both for local economies, regional economies, and national economies. And so what I think, to the heart of your question, what do national governments need to provide to specific places? Clarity and consistency are key, and I think the places that will win in the next era are ones that can create the conditions that allow speed to market in a period where some of the old assumptions have been irrevocably changed, and most of that, I think, is driven by advances in technology. For example, I represent a coalition of about 75 corporate CEOs, family offices, local foundations, and universities, primarily in the southern shore of Lake Michigan, near the Chicago metro area in the United States, which has been one of the world's great industrial engines for most of the last 100 years when you think about integrated steelmaking, petroleum refining, mining, the energy sector, and other critical commodities, that same set of geographic and locational assets that was very, very valuable 100 plus years ago has a renewed sense of importance, at least when you think about the United States' current trends toward reshoring and nearshoring, the industrial grade power capacity that has a level of stability and scale that's unique in North America, access to 84% of North America's supply of surface freshwater. So when you think about the policy level and the things that are coming out of Washington, the real implications are on the ground, at least in our part of the world, are that it will be ultimately the success of some of those policies will rise or fall based on local execution capacity of the specific places to organize all of the relevant stakeholders, both the local private sector, philanthropic capital, capital markets, drawing attention to collections of assets that may not be bound by the same political parameters that historically have been the case. So
but you bring everyone together.
That's right.
And that's the main thing.
That's right. And solving for fragmentation is maybe a little bit different than it was even just a few years ago when we've seen some of the vulnerabilities in the first wave of globalization. To your opening framing, I don't think that we've entered an era where it's a wholesale rejection of the global system, but it is a dramatic reordering of the global system, and it won't be, and again, it goes back to optimizing for resilience, not simply for cost. So.
Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Baron, I have a question for you. So the MENA region is experiencing multiple overlapping shocks: armed conflict, political instability, external intervention. Yes, part of it, particularly the Gulf, retained significant economic and financial capacity. From a geo-economic perspective, what realistic prospects do you see for resilience in the region, and which sub-regional models or policy choices offer the most credible path forward?
Thank you, Victoria. I'm very happy to be here. I wanted to come to Armenia for many years, and I'm happy for the opportunity to come here.
And we are happy that you are here.
Thank you so much. So many setbacks and so many flight changes. I don't know if Miss Arpi is here. She's here. But there were so many changes in the flights. I was worried that at some point she will do something to herself. So, and that will be on my account. So thank you so much for all the help. So we at the Middle East, we always make sure that the world will never forget us, and we always give all the action the world needs. And I think the past 2.5 years were another reminder of that. You were asking about resilience and stability. I mean, obviously resilience is not the same as stability. I think we are facing a period of disruption in the region that nobody knows how much time it will take, but it may take some time.
And how much it costs.
And how much it costs. I'll speak about it in a moment. But in general, I think there are still many unresolved issues in the region, and we will see, until the situation settles, Iran, Yemen, Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, there are so many places in which we will need to go through changes before we see any changes. So what we have now, we are seeing new formations of resilience. We're seeing different countries show different ways of contending with the situation. And resilience in many ways is becoming a measure of power, meaning how able is a country to function under stress, and we could see many different examples. I personally, coming from Israel, so our country never had the privilege to be complacent and not deal with instability. So ever since the State of Israel was established, we had to deal with resilience tests. Although I would say the last 2.5 years were even a little bit too much even to our taste. But we could see other models. You could see how the Gulf countries have been contending relatively well with the current situation. If we'll take the UAE as an example, we could see how fast it reacted to all the changes. And we could see even, I mean, so we can talk about in terms of resilience of security, missile defense, etc., and civil society dealing with the situation. But if we look into geoeconomics and the way the country deals with that, you could see how consistent efforts to diversify the economy over the last years have really made these countries more mature and more able to deal with that. The investments in sovereign wealth funds that basically made many of these countries from basically economies based only on oil, now based on foreign investments. And this in many ways, in my opinion, can explain even the UAE withdrawal from OPEC, because from a country that only needs the oil prices to be coordinated with all the others in this cartel, suddenly it sees itself as invested in so many other places in which you need more stability and you don't enjoy volatility. So basically just enjoy what you have, even if the prices go down, because you need stability in other places. I will maybe just mention in a word the issue of connectivity. We see now more and more connectivity efforts as a new methods of resilience. Maybe I'll talk more about that later, but one of the ways to do that is through economic corridors. So Rahim already spoke about one of them that's north of the MENA region, but we have in the MENA region, we have primarily now we're talking about IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor, but there are so many others that are taking form now. We see those going through the Arabian Peninsula, and we have the Iraq Development Road and several others. The problem is that we see more and more connectivity projects, but we see these connectivity efforts without integration.
So that's the missing part,
and
the
that's
integration.
the missing part of the region is integration, and many of the issues we were currently dealing with in the region is the result of many years of not being integrated. This is one of the least integrated regions in the world, and my organization specifically, this is what we were established to do, to push for more cooperation and integration in the region. These connectivity projects basically create the hardware, but not the operating system. And we will need all these tools that will connect all these different projects into one rationale and to be optimized by governance tools. And maybe I'll talk about that a little bit more later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think we have time to have a one round and also have some questions from the audience. But I will ask the speakers just to be a bit short, that we have time and to give the possibility to the audience to ask the questions. So, Mr. Albertoni, my next question is that you have been closely associated with Uruguay's push to diversify its economic partnerships, including engagement with the comprehensive and progressive agreement of the Trans-Pacific Partnership. As major powers expand the use of sanctions, export controls, and industrial policy, how should smaller trade-dependent economies avoid becoming collateral damage in the economic security competition? So what mix of diversification, compliance capacity, regional coordination can Mercosur pursue to build resilience without drifting into fragmentation or protectionism? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Victoria. It's very relevant for the current situation in Latin America, and more specifically to Uruguay, your question, because I think if there is a main point of this geoeconomic dynamics is that the answer to uncertainty is not isolation. You know, it could sound simple, but for small and medium economies, it's not that simple, because sometimes we have the incentives in this sort of bipolar. We all talk about multipolarity, but at the end, we know there are some at least two big teams, pushing from one way to another. So for medium and small economy, it's difficult to be part of this context when you are, again, a small or a medium economy. So that said, the incentives we have to be part of the Trans-Pacific partnerships has been based on the understanding that if there is one huge outcome of the new geoeconomic dynamics is these plurilateral agreements. And we can see TISA, the Trade and Investment Services Agreement, that became, and started as a small trade and services group, and now it represents 70% of trade and services. RCEP in China, leading by China, but nowadays 30% of global GDP. And the CPTPP is part of these new sort of groups of plurilaterals.
It's growing.
It's growing, and Uruguay has asked to be part. Costa Rica probably is the next one in line to be the next member. 12 countries representing around 15% of GDP, and that's why we were interested, in these new dynamics from the understanding that these plurilaterals, is sort of the new maps that we need to understand. Just a quick point. It's interesting to see that in terms of global value chains, right now, 70% of global trade is about trade of intermediate goods. This shows clearly, that everything is moving to global value chain dynamics, and it's very difficult nowadays to say it made in Armenia or made in China. It's made in the world, really, any product we have, in our hands. And in terms of regional and plurilateral dimensions, in the 90s, there were only 40 agreements under WTO Article 24. Right now, we have 600 regional trade agreements under Article 24. So global value chains and regional trade in areas in general is changing these geoeconomics maps. So as a small economy, we decided to be part of that. So this was the main motivation. We are now in the line of, became part. This is a different agreement that we normally negotiate because it's not something that you negotiate from scratch. You ask for the addition to the agreement that is already signed and ratified. So it's a sort of a different type of negotiation. But we are well prepared, and we decided that this is the new dynamic that we have to move to enter to these new plurilateral agreements.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Mr. Gomart, I have a question for you. So, from the perspective of regions such as South Caucasus, European initiatives like a global gateway are often seen as attractive alternatives to China's Belt and Road initiative. Yet competition in connectivity is intensifying. How can Europe translate its economic weight and regulatory power into lasting strategic influence abroad without overextending itself or fueling further fragmentation in the global economic order? Thanks.
Thank you, Victoria. Well, I think that, Europe is currently pressured by three main things. The first one is the military pressure coming from Russia, and with Russia which is completely deadlocked in Ukraine with a level of losses which is unbelievable. Second, Europe is pressured by the US, and namely in technological terms. Huge dependency, you mentioned in your previous question, artificial intelligence, but it's really an issue for Europe regarding the importance of US technologies. And it is also pressured by China in industrial terms. So what does it mean politically? That means that I think Europe is among the vast majority of the country in the world which do not want to be penalized or to be worried by sphere of influence promoted by the three I have previously listed. And it's opened clearly a political space for so-called middle powers which do want to continue to benefit from globalization, and I agree with my colleague to say that globalization will continue, human-to-human contacts, trade, and so on, maybe with different form of transformation, regionalization, some interruption also, as we said, disruption, as we said, but globally speaking, it is sure that the vast majority of countries do want to continue and to have a reasonable open system, I would say. And to have that, you should have a certain level of common rules. I believe that you need rule of law, you need separation of power, because separation of power is clearly the way to be previsible, to propose previsibility, which is no more the case, in the US, no more the case in China, to say nothing about Russia. So on that, I think that Europe, can interact very intensively with South Caucasus countries and other regions in the world. Now, regarding, the corridor facts, the idea that the global gateway, IMEC, would really respond to the so-called Belt and Road Initiative. The Belt and Road Initiative is a superb intellectual construction to justify the exportation of Chinese overcapacities, even if Chinese authorities dislike this reality of a complete imbalance. The trade surplus of China and the changing model of China is a problem for all the countries, not only for Europe.
Thank you, yes. But I think isolated is not possible, and that's why it's interesting that to open and try to connect. So, Mr. Osakbayev, my second question for you. Yeah. So, Central Asia and the South Caucasus have strong vested interest in the success of the Middle Corridor. We continue our discussion. But we all agree that the process depends on coordination, investment, regulatory alignment across the multiple countries. What are key economic and political barriers that must be overcome to turn the corridor into a competitive and resilient supply chain platforms? And where should regional actors and external partners focus their efforts first?
Of course, we have different layers, which, when we consider the Middle Corridor, infrastructure layers, digital layers, kind of interconnections, because we have lots of bottlenecks, ferries, railroads, so on and so forth. And finally, we have lots of paperwork to do, all the countries. But using the opportunity of this panel, I would like to bring the attention into one point, which is often very underestimated. This is the problem of the shallowing of the Caspian Sea. And the Caspian Sea is not only the logistical bottleneck, it's becoming a climate bottleneck. And the recent scientific evidence is quite alarming, and I'm referring to one scientific paper which was published a couple of years ago by Kazakhstani and European scientists. Who is interesting, I can send this paper. So they estimate that the Caspian Sea level declined by about 6 centimeters per year between 2002 and 2015. And since 2020, annual decline as high as 30 centimeters have been measured. Water levels fell by around 1.4 meters between 2006 and 2021, and by approximately 75 centimeters just between 2022 and 2024. And if we're making simple extrapolation to 2036 with the investment horizon of 10 years of ports, ferries, and terminals, the Caspian could be another 0.6 to 1 meter lower under conservative assumptions, and 2.5 to 3 meters lower if the accelerated trends of the last few years will continue. And this matters because the northern Caspian is extremely shallow. Its average depth is around only 5 meters, and the 2.5 meters decline already creates substantial loss of water, and turn this in the extreme scenarios of the 5 meters decline could turn about 77,000 square kilometers of today's water area into the land, roughly 20%. And this is the scientific data. And participating in many logistics conferences, I'm really surprised that the investors, they are ignoring these facts.
We should find out what is missed. They are ignoring.
And I think the climate factor, the water factor, becoming more and more significant. And we asked our Azerbaijani friends, our friends from Russia, Turkmenistan, all the Caspian countries, that they should get together and put efforts into to address this problem, because there is no evident kind of consensus view on the reasons of the shallowing of the Caspian Sea and how we can prevent this ecological disaster. And especially we, Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, we had a bad historical experience with the shallowing of and disappearing of the Aral Sea.
Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Wells, my second question for you. Sanctions, export controls, and supply chains restructuring are reshaping where companies invest and how regions compete. As someone who works daily to attract investment and anchor strategic industries in the region, how has the weaponization of economic interdependence changed the conversation with the businesses about where to locate? And are companies treating supply chain resilience as a genuine strategic priority or still paying it lip service?
It's a great question, and I'll answer the last part of it first. And I would say, yes, they are treating it very seriously. And I think whether or not you look at the actual implementation of some of those economic instruments, or simply the specter, the threat of it, can influence market behavior. And we see that pretty consistently in our part of the world, where much of the maybe traditional site selection criteria, whether it's for a large-scale advanced manufacturing project or if it's for a large-scale hyperscale data center campus, it may be the same set of criteria for locational decisions, but it's weighted differently. And to my colleague's point about water and pricing and the risks associated with climate change and water, we're hearing from several large real estate investment trusts that is another consideration that is rapidly escalating up their list of locational weighted factors, is availability of water. And so we see it as a durable priority for corporate capital investment, and I think that will be the case regardless of how the political cycle, both in the United States and abroad, continues to evolve in subsequent years. It does seem like it's a trend that's going to continue for a while.
Thank you. And Mr. Baron, I have a question for you. So, MENA is a critical node in global trade and supply chains, hosting key maritime choke points such as Strait of Hormuz, the Suez Canal, Bab el-Mandeb, and the Strait of Gibraltar, each increasingly exposed to geopolitical rivalry and security risks. Do you see the region evolving in a stable and reliable pillar of global connectivity? This is the continuation of what we talk, or will these strategic vulnerabilities continue to limit its role in an era of geo-economic competition?
Yeah, thank you. So, obviously, I mean, the locations, the strategic location of the Middle East, North Africa, being so central, will always make it relevant. The problem you're referring to, and Thomas also spoke about that earlier, is that we see how these choke points have the ability to disrupt not only what's happening inside the region, but across the world. So this disruption, I mean, in many ways you could see how we became so connected in the world that what happens in planet Earth is like the human body. When you have a problem in one place, you will feel it in other places in the body. You cannot always isolate things. So the response we're seeing is an explosion of ideas of how to connect countries in the region and beyond the region in different ways. We see land corridors. I just read last week that Saudi Arabia and MSC are now working for creating this corridor going from Europe through the Suez Canal and then across the Arabian Peninsula. And we talk about this corridor going through Iraq. Over here, I hear a lot about TRIP that could be a game changer for Armenia, and I hope it materializes because it's so important. And I was also talking about IMEC. The problem, as I started talking about, is that we have too many single routes and many initiatives of local partners, and we see too few ideas about how to connect all of that and make them more efficient, and in that way also to allow all these countries to be more resilient. We're not seeing coordination between all these groups.
And even between the regions?
Sometimes even between countries, neighboring countries, each one of them wants to promote its own corridor, its own connectivity ideas. Sometimes you will see the power competition. In many ways, when IMEC was announced at the G20 summit in New Delhi 2.5 years ago, it was seen as a competition, as a reaction to the Belt and Road Initiative. Okay, and you will see, and then, I don't know, Turkey was left out of IMEC, so Turkey worked with Iraq on having the Iraq Development Road. So you could see how instead of having mainly economic and logistical considerations in guiding that, we see more and more political consideration, and that's not healthy. It pushes many countries to become in a position where they are being asked to choose between the different options. Either you are with our corridor or you're with the other corridors, and many countries can't allow themselves to choose. They have to hedge and they have to diversify, and this is something that we need to take into consideration. And I think I'm in one of these countries that cannot allow ourselves to make a black or white choices. So I think that's very important. I think it's important to work more on seeing how these connectivity efforts are not becoming connectivity silos, but rather how do we create connected vessels to work on all of that, and how we put more governance into all these issues. We specifically are investing now in working on an annual conference with the Swiss Foreign Ministry on economic corridors in general. So the idea is to bring all the people working on economic corridors across the world to learn from each other, to see how they complement each other, and how we could make this global effort something that benefits everyone. And again, if we take the human body as an example, just like the human body we have arteries and we have veins and we have capillaries, eventually the body needs to make sure that all the organs get the blood they need. So the same should happen in communities around the world. We need to make sure that all of them are connected, all of them can enjoy from these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, dear panelists. And now we have a time for 2-3 questions from the audience. So you are welcome. Just raise a hand. The only thing which I would ask you just to introduce yourself and then the question. And for the answer, we can choose very short. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Yeah, I think everything is very, very clear regarding. So any thoughts or suggestions? Oh, we have. Just 1 sec, we will pass the microphone.
Hello, Barevdes. My name is Leonie. I'm Leonie Nienhaus. I'm from Germany. I have a question for Mr. Baron. You just mentioned, I didn't properly understand, a meeting that you had with the Swiss regarding people working on economic corridors. Am I correct? Could you talk a little bit more about this? Is this like a regular meeting taking place, or? Thank you.
No, so what I was saying, we convened earlier this year a high-level roundtable specifically on IMEC, with the Swiss Foreign Ministry, but then in the following discussions, what we were discussing with them is that we can't allow ourselves to look only on one economic corridor, but we need to create a framework that will allow people dealing with all economic corridors to engage with each other. So as a forum to which you will bring all the stakeholders, whether it is maritime ports companies, shipping companies, energy corporates, the companies dealing with digital connectivity, because nothing will happen if we will not be digitally connected, data centers, etc., etc. There is no reason why we will look into each corridor separately when in reality we can bring everyone together and find many ways to do things together and see how they complement each other. So that's the idea behind this initiative.
Any remarks regarding the panel? The panelists? Seems we don't have any other questions from the audience. I think we are already run out of time, yeah? 1 hour? Okay, so any closing remarks from your side, my dear panelists?
Okay, just to say that we are from Central Asia, we are warmly greeting, warmly welcome the coming peace treaty between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and this unlocking on the logistic corridors and the peace, which is for the moment the resilience in spite of all these challenges what the country and the region faced and still facing. So we wish Armenia the prosperity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, dear panelists. I think we discussed all from different aspects and angles, but still we know the challenges, we should learn, and we should move forward. So thanks you once again, and have a great evening in the Yerevan. And also thank you for the Minister of Foreign Affairs for organizing this kind of big event, third time, am I correct? And it's really important for the country, and it's really important to have this kind of discussions, because the collaboration, openness, transparency is creating the development and the success. Thank you so much. And we will have a family photo.
introduce our moderator, Ms. Dominika Haidu, Director for Policy and Programming at GlobSec. Dear moderator, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much to the organizers, and good almost evening also to the participants who stayed here until the very last session. So thank you for your commitment and also your interest in this topic. I'm sure that all the great panelists that we have will make the topic really, really interesting. Let me start by introducing them. On my right is Karel Lanu, who is the CEO of the Center for European Policy Studies in Belgium, or as we like to call them, CEPS. Then we have Professor Lukas Tsoukalis. He's a professor at Sciences Po in Paris and also president of the board at Eliamep in Greece. Then we have Tallene Papazian, who's a lecturer and researcher at Sciences Po in France, and Peter Palv-Kranitz, senior research fellow at the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs, Hungary. So we have a very diverse European panel, and I'm sorry that we are missing an Armenian representative, but maybe we can, instead of the Q&A session, maybe we can have a session that would be called questions and comments instead of questions and answers, and I might also get some of the comments from the participants who were born, raised, and living still in Armenia. On your perspectives of what actually Europe can offer to Armenia. So, of course, this is a very timely conversation. We, throughout the conference, have been talking about Armenia's place in Europe, Armenia's path towards the European Union, and this is the best week to talk about it, right? This is the week in which you've sort of the attention of Europe has been on Armenia through the EU-Armenia summit, through the European political community, and definitely last but not least, this dialogue. And I believe that these conversations that were happening through the past 3-4 days also showcase that sort of Armenia's relationship with the EU has been moving forward and is moving forward. Right, only in the past 6 months, you've had the strategic agenda for the partnership, so that the SIPA agreement has been reinforced. There was a commitment to invest 2.5 billion through the Global Gateway. The summit conclusions also point to a deeper integration into transport, energy, digital connectivity. The new high-level dialogues have been created on connectivity and transport, and there's also an increased cooperation on security, among others, with the EU sending a partnership mission. Even though the panel is called the South Caucasus, I would make a decision to focus it on Armenia, because I am not sure that we would be able to talk about South Caucasus path towards the EU. Let's make it more about Armenia's path towards the EU. I think it also creates a good opportunity to have a more in-depth discussion, which is more focused and which is more solution-oriented, right? So, what is it that the EU can credibly offer to a country which is moving closer to the EU with the current toolkit that we have? Is it maybe a little bit old for the current geopolitical situation? Where is it that the innovation is needed? And at the same time, where are Armenia's own political ambitions, economic ambitions, geostrategic ambitions, and where are the limits today? And also, what I would like to get from this panel is what needs to be done in order to get to some kind of ideal scenario by 2030. Although I'm not 100% sure we can define this ideal scenario for Armenia from ourselves not being Armenians, but we'll try. So I would like to start with a bit of assessment of the current situation by asking the panelists, in one sentence, if you were to describe the most accurate way of Armenia's place in Europe's architecture today, what would that be? How would you describe it? Let's start with Karel.
As far as I know, very limited. I mean, Armenia, I think most Europeans, 99%, would hardly know where Armenia is. Somewhere in the Caucasus, but if you were to have a map without names, they wouldn't even been able to say where is Armenia. So we shouldn't make ourselves any illusion, except for example, of course, the Armenian diaspora.
Thank you. Lukas?
Let me try to give a slightly more optimistic answer. It would say that Armenia is gradually becoming an integral part of European architecture, which is in the process of being redesigned because of geopolitical turmoil. If you think the answer is imprecise, you cannot get any better than that, because we live in times of huge uncertainty and very big changes.
Thank you. Tallinn?
Well, my answer... Working? Yeah.
Yes.
My answer will go along the same lines. So because it has been said that the place is modest, I don't have to repeat it. And indeed, it's a meeting between two geopolitical uncertainties. So the uncertainties of Armenia have been crushed in recent years, and therefore it's redefining its place. And the certainties of Europe have been crushed in recent years, and Europe is redefining its place. So it's the meeting of those two uncertainties with new opportunities and challenges for both that is now converging.
Thank you. Peter?
Thank you. Well, I would also look at EU-Armenia engagement through the lens of strategic symbolism more than practical terms. The EPC summit and the EU-Armenia summit were more of, from the EU side, more of a political statement, and from the Armenia side, it's also a part of, largely a part of also the election campaign. It's a civilizational statement. Of course, we can talk about practical issues, but first and foremost, I think it's a symbolic issue.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got slightly different answers, which I'm very happy about. Now I'd like to move to more practical terms. So, Lucas, I would like to start with you, because this is, of course, not only the question about Armenia itself, but also about the EU and whether the EU is currently capable, and whether it should, in fact, adapt its enlargement and integration model to a much more dynamic geopolitical environment, right? So my question to you would be, is the current geopolitical instability pressuring the EU to start thinking strategically and creatively enough? Or is it still trapped in this model of classical merit-based enlargement? And should it be?
Okay, so before I give you the answer, let me preface it with, based on my experience of following successive rounds of enlargement, I've drawn three basic lessons from enlargement. The first is that enlargement has been the most successful foreign policy of the European Union, because it has exported Pax Europea, representing peace, prosperity, democracy, individual rights, to other parts of the European continent. So that's the good lesson. The second lesson says that this success comes at a price. And the price is in terms of growing numbers, growing divergence inside the European Union, and increasing difficulty to deliver the goods. The third lesson says that accession to the European Union cannot be seen as a magic pill that cures all kinds of disease. In other words, the idea that a country will join the European Union and will solve all its problems in terms of democracy, institutions, corruption, and the rest is an illusion. European accession helps, but only up to a point. And this is all based on experience. Now, having said that, Europe now is faced with a hugely difficult dilemma. And to pretend that it is not a difficult dilemma is to pretend we live in another world. Namely, the European Union on the one hand needs to open the door to countries that are candidates, which is a compliment. If somebody wants to join your club, that means there's something in it, okay? But it knows, and for geopolitical reasons even more so, it has to open the door. But on the other hand, it does not want to become a totally dysfunctional union as a result of enlargement that doesn't come with reforms. So my answer to successive enlargements in the future is you're going to rely more and more on integration by stages. So countries will become integrated by stages. Second, you will be relying more and more in European Union on coalitions of willing and able, namely more differentiated integration inside the European Union.
And third, and most importantly, unless the European Union addresses the issue of serious internal reforms, then we are not going to end up with a union that functions. And by internal reforms, we mean, among other things, stronger institutions and more qualified majority voting. So those who have the stomach to digest that, fine. Those who don't, I'm afraid they have to draw their conclusions.
Thank you very much. I would like to turn to Carol now, and would be very interested to hear your perspective on what just Lucas has mentioned. And while you think about your answer, I would also like to touch base upon one single thing that Lucas mentioned, and is integration by stages. There was recently this op-ed published by President Vučić and Prime Minister Yerevan suggesting that the EU should offer the single market to the interested countries first, without sort of the other benefits of having a commissioner or having a veto power. So what do you think of that?
I mean, the debate is on in Brussels on another procedure for accession. I don't know whether people in this room know, but normally we have the normal procedure, which is still the procedure, which, for example, is applied today for Montenegro, which is apparently close to membership, which is a small country. So, but in that case, you have to have, through all the different chapters, which is 33 chapters, for every chapter there must be an IGC. For every chapter, there must be a unanimous vote by all the member states whether the country in question can join. The debate has been on since some time, like Luca was referring to it, let's say, to reform it in a state succession model, on which we also, as a think tank, SEPS, has participated with a paper which has been downloaded a lot, State Succession, which has got quite a lot of impact in ministries of foreign affairs, that you have to have blocks of accession, no longer these really different chapters, but of course that is a fundamental reform. And fundamental reforms in the EU, as we know, are extremely difficult. Apparently, even if you're still with the traditional method, we are advancing with Montenegro, hopefully also with 2 or 3 other states, like, if I speak only about the Balkans, Albania, North Macedonia, eventually, and then Moldova, Ukraine, we don't know. Ukraine is a very difficult case, but we need to, let's say, that things, certainly as compared to, I mean, the start of even the Juncker administration, the von der Leyen I administration, that things are changing now. Also because of the geopolitical circumstances, let's say things are changing. Also because we know that Iceland will have, I think in August, a renewed referendum whether they should join, which will then get the ball rolling for this other structure which we have, which is the European Economic Area, of which Norway and Liechtenstein are still a member. If Iceland were to join, this other construction falls apart, which then responds to the question, could we have another model of membership which is not a full membership? I think it's very difficult. But I know that, for example, the Prime Minister of Albania, Rama, has said, even in public, I heard him saying in the conference, we are willing to consider membership without veto and without having a commissioner, which is basically part of the state's accession procedure. We also said that the vetoes should be lifted. Rama said that in public in a conference where I was in Vienna, so I was surprised to hear him saying this. So there is a willingness, I think, with new member states, certainly the Balkan countries, which are very small, to consider lower form of membership. Of course, you cannot use that word, lower form of membership, but they would still have all the benefits of the single market. So my question to your answer would say no, they would be full members, but probably no longer have this veto power, which would then hopefully apply to all the other members as well, and probably also no longer have all of them a commissioner, which is part of the protocol with Ireland, let's say, which was concluded in 2006, 2007, with Ireland. Let's say that once we had X number of membership, that a member state, I think 27 or 28, that not every member state would still have a commissioner. And that would then respond to Lucas' question, institutional reform, which is extremely important. As long as we expand each time with new member states and new commissioners, we further strengthen the intergovernmental model of the EU, for which it was not designed. The Commission was designed to be a collegial body where all commissioners decide together, not on the basis of the nationality of the country they represent, on a certain file, but no in the sense of the community interest. But that is, I think, almost now certainly long ago that this was the case. Today, the Commission College is basically representing also the member states, like we have it in the Council, but also in the Commission, where every member state has a commissioner, and the commissioner is lobbied to represent the interest of the member state as well. And that we should try to go back, let's say, to the older model and try to reform the institutions in a sense, like, by the way, the ECB, where you decide in the common interest for the European Union. And I hope, let's say, that with the geopolitical changes, with probably changes from Iceland probably becoming member again, then Norway taking another attitude, that these changes could have ripple effects on the EU as a whole to have a bigger reform. Without speaking, we can speak about this in a moment, about Ukraine and what Ukraine membership could mean for the EU.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to turn to Tallinn and bring the debate back to Armenian society and domestic politics, because you have an own NGO, or you're the director of the NGO, which works a lot with Armenian society. What would you say that other EU member states or Brussels still misunderstand about Armenia's domestic politics or Armenia's ambition to be in Europe?
Okay, it's hard for me to presume what member states don't understand, but I can try to give a few points about the state in which Armenia's society and domestic politics are in now. First, democratization in Armenia is very fragile. It's recent, it's trying itself, okay? So we're at a stage, Armenia is at a stage where electoral democracy has good hopes of being consolidated, but not more at this point. There is also a very high degree of polarization of society. And it's not only those who are pro-Russians and those who are anti-Russians, or those who are pure pro-Europeans and those who are not. There are part of the society that is that has a high degree of difficulty of embracing the peace process, of embracing the course towards normalization of relations with the neighbors, but also because war, defeat, the plight of refugees is very fresh. So all those wounds are very fresh. The third point would be that when we speak about Armenia's European choice, it must be very clearly stated that that choice, maybe quote unquote, with all due respect, is not coming from a grassroots movement that would have, fought for years to impose that choice. So far, we have a law that has been adopted by Parliament, and I think it's good enough to make the first part of the job of, whether Armenia is choosing to elevate its standards to get closer to the EU through that way, but it has not been a grassroots movement. And my last point would be that if you ask the average Armenian citizen, what is Europe to you? What does Europe mean to you? I'm not sure they have very clear representation or pictures of what Europe means. Europe probably means freedom of movement, and it's also partly why the issue of visa liberalization is so important for Armenia, because that would be, that I can come and go without so much restrictions. There is also the prism of labor emigration, so labor migrants that have departed from Armenia and that are settled in various European countries. Those are, in a way, a window on what Europe is, but through a very narrow window. So if one day there is a real choice of Armenia towards Europe, that choice should be very well informed, very clear, with no false promises and no illusions on how much sacrifice and how much dedication and commitment this requires from the society. And Armenia is not there yet.
Thank you very much. I will turn to Peter now, but I would also like the audience to think of your own questions. So if you have a question or a comment, feel free to raise your hand and I will see you. I'll try to see you, if not, just wave. Peter, the decision-making in the EU is not only about the Commission, it's also about the member states, right? And we have seen in the past years the effect of Hungary's prime minister or former prime minister on the decision-making towards Ukraine. We've also seen in the past the effect of the Dutch referendum on the Ukraine's accession treaty in the past, right? So the single member states can actually make a difference. what do you assess has changed now after the elections in Hungary? Does it matter in any sense for the EU's positioning towards enlargement, or it doesn't?
So, thank you for the question. Oh, and by the way, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers as well. So, yeah, certain things will certainly change, and many things, most things, I don't believe would change in a structural, systematic manner or in how the EU functions and works, whoever sits in the Hungarian Prime Minister's office. So the EU's overall stance in the global economics will not change. Russia's war in Ukraine will not stop anytime soon, and not unrelated to that, Europe's energy dependency will not ease, and as the war in Iran showed it, it could very well turn into an energy crisis, which could further increase the economic stagnation in Europe and the competitiveness crisis. There should be, and there is, a debate on how the EU should function in the future. And Hungary has probably been, under Viktor Orban, one of the most vocal critics of the EU, but at the same time this debate will not stop without him in the picture. The debate will go on, but the actors will change. For example, how EU deals with or engages with Israel will continue to be a matter of debate, and probably Germany and Italy could become more active pro-Israeli stance. The debates on green transformation will continue, the debates on federalization and qualified majority voting will continue, and some smaller member states will definitely raise their objections, and the same goes to enlargement. The latest successful round of enlargement happened 13 years ago, and it was not because of Hungary's stance. Hungary is actually one of the most vocal advocates of Western Balkan enlargement. It was other structural problems, and I guess we will talk about that later on, but maybe I can just highlight that it's always individual. We have to look at all candidate states individually, and of course there is the issue of the unresolved conflicts and Russian military presence in 3 candidate countries. There are political and diplomatic conflicts of candidate states with its with its neighbors, like Northern Macedonia, Serbia, or Turkey, for that matter. There is the obvious example of Bosnia-Herzegovina, how an internal political crisis can hinder this process, and yeah, we can talk about more of it. So there are individual sets of problems that persisted and will persist no matter who is the Prime Minister of Hungary. But what will change? And I'm pretty sure, I'm quite convinced that Hungary will be a much more constructive partner within the EU, a much more constructive member of the European Union. And I think it all comes down to how people interact. Politicians, decision makers, they are people like all of us. They interact like we do, and when they sit, heads of states and governments sit around the table of the European Council, they interact in the same way. And if there are years and years of conflicts and debates and you know, even slurs, then it means that constructivism fades and comes pure interest-based and even hostile decision-making. And now we have a fresh start, and when you look at how Péter Magyar, elected Prime Minister of Hungary, engages with Friedrich Merz, Manfred Weber, or Donald Tusk, it is clear that there is a much more constructive atmosphere, and they can build on it, and they can have a civilized discussion and work things out. And I also expect the European Commission and the EU in general to be more constructive, because they were also not pure innocent sense in this story. I believe it will be a much more constructive partnership, but at the same time we shouldn't forget that dependencies and interests don't change with governments. So Hungary will still have its own say in common European affairs.
Thank you for that. And I see the first question in the audience. Gentleman right here. Do we have any microphones or you just shout? Oh, yeah. Oh, there's one. Okay, perfect.
It's working. Excellent. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the thoughtful insights. Kalispera, Mr. Tsoukalis. I would like to ask you a question, which is as follows. On the one hand, you were saying that Armenia is becoming an integrated part in the European architecture. And I would agree to some extent, but could you elaborate on to what extent it's really strategic important for the European Union to be active in its region? And as a consequence, will Europe eventually project power in that region, which is lacking right now? And a subsequent question is, Armenia is still heavily dependent on Russia, and it must be able to manage that relationship carefully. So what are the do's and don'ts for the European Union in its engagement with Armenia?
Sorry, microphone?
Oh, sorry. Now, as I'm sure you know, in the South Caucasus, the country that was on the map for the European Union for years was Georgia, right? Because Armenia and Azerbaijan did not show much interest, okay, to put it mildly. And the Georgian perspective has been gradually evaporating because of the government in Tbilisi, okay? So now Armenia becomes the country in the region that adopts a European orientation, but still this is not at the complete expense of the Russian connection, all right? So Armenia, from what I understand, is trying to navigate a very delicate path between the Western European perspective, the European perspective, and Russia. I say Western European perspective because Russia is also part of Europe, as far as I am concerned. Okay? So, in that respect, the European Union has made openings. The fact that you had an EU-Armenia summit only 2 days ago says quite a bit. It has signed a cooperation agreement. It has been talking about visa liberalization. These are important steps. But of course, those important steps will depend, the further steps will depend also on what comes from Yerevan, all right? So internal changes in Yerevan and internal reforms in Armenia will largely shape European responses. But projecting power, that's, and I will stop there, this is a very delicate word. The trouble is that Europe, and especially the Brussels bubble, does not know the word power, okay? They've been learning it in the last few years, desperately. Because Europeans had created this illusion that they lived in a world of common institutions, rules, growing interdependence, so Europeans would exert their soft power because they didn't have hard power, all right? Now suddenly they discovered that, oh, this is kaput, as the Germans would say, you know, means soft power in a world of Putin and Trump, it sounds like a joke, all right? So then you have to adjust, but adjustment is not easy. I mean, Paris understands power. Berlin to a lesser extent. London understands the language of power. Most of the other European countries had, if I may put it provocatively, relegated responsibility for geopolitics and defense to NATO and the Americans. And now they are trying to take it back because they discover that this dependence is no longer particularly pleasant or viable. So that's where we are. So projecting power comes slowly, and it is a difficult educational process for Europeans, especially those in Brussels. I don't know whether I've answered your question.
Thank you very much. I see your question. I would just like to follow up on this with Carol. So we've talked about sort of also the limits of the European integration, and especially when it comes to Armenia's delicate positioning between sort of the West and Russia. To what extent would you say that or based on your very in-depth knowledge of the EU institutions and how the single market works, is the integration possible until, and where's the red line related to the fact that Armenia is part of the Eurasian Economic Union?
Yeah, Europe has never formally decided what the geography of Europe is. Of course, we have certainly said to Morocco at some stage it's not Europe. We know that Canada has been making advances to Europe recently. By the way, Canada was here represented by Carney on Monday and the European policy community. So part of this changing world order. But how far Europe stretches, we don't know. But the fact that von der Leyen and Costa were here, that there was this EU-Armenia statement, that there was a very in-depth statement, for those who haven't seen it, let's say these 4 pages which you can find on the website, means that there is a willingness in many, what Luca was saying, let's say that there is a change of vision happening in Brussels, that they have to think about power and about geopolitics. Don't forget, the first commission under von der Leyen already spoke about the geopolitical commission. They don't use the word too much anymore, but it's become even more important today than it was in her first 5 years. So that they need to think geopolitically. And for example, if you think about Ukraine and how important Ukraine is, I don't know whether Europeans realize sufficiently if Ukraine were to fall into Russian hands, what it would mean existentially for Europe. I mean, not only territory-wise, but also if the Ukrainian expertise which we have now, let's say in the drone warfare, were to fall in Russian hands, it would be extremely existential for Europe. But have Europeans already woken up to that? And that's where Armenia, for me, fits in. I mean, we now see also with the Strait of Hormuz how important it is to have, and that was a theme in many of the debates here, to have these corridors or to have this connectivity. If we have connectivity, for example, through Armenia with, for example, Kazakhstan, the oil fields in Kazakhstan, also for other reasons, for other forms of transport, also digital connectivity, it is very important to diversify our connectivity channels. And also that is geopolitically important. I mean that, and that's where Armenia fits in. They made a decision a few years ago that Georgia could be a member, which was, I think, in 2022, also in this geopolitical follow-up, let's say, of the Ukraine war. Now it is Armenia. Armenia's willingness is probably even stronger, certainly at this moment, let's say, than Georgia's is. But, I mean, there is a clear willingness, I think, in Armenia from what I've seen here, and it's also my first time here in this country, let's say, to join this. And if you then look at the details on which areas they want to cooperate, what is in there for the EU, I mean, or what is in there for Armenia. I mean, the issues in the statement have to do with energy, have to do with transport, the CHIPS Act, have to do with, visa liberalization was already mentioned, cooperation in criminal justice, exchange of information about, say, kind of crime, etc. Security cooperation is also in there, as mentioned, and also diversify exports. I mean, as we said, the dependence is still very high on Russia, but it's all in the statement. And if this willingness is there to do this, I think that is an extremely important step. It is also, you need to remember, the first summit which we have, EU-Armenia, so I hope it will be the first of annual summits, hopefully, let's say, to show that there is also a commitment from the European side to take this forward. But then it reminds me directly about the neighbor, the big neighbor of Armenia, Turkey, where we are supposed to have annual summits, but we're not doing this. So the EU has to be extremely aware, if it takes commitments, that it, I mean, follows up, is respecting these commitments and really wants to act also geopolitically. And it may be changing, but I'm not entirely sure that we're moving sufficiently in this direction. But again, the EPC summit on Monday was a very important sign that this willingness to think geopolitically is much more there than it has ever been, certainly for the last 50, 60 years.
Thank you so much. Let's now take the question from the audience.
Yeah. Thank you. So I'm Fabienne Bosset, and I'm a professor at Ghent University in Belgium. I actually have 2 questions which are somehow related to each other. But the first one concerns the notion of the staged accession. No, I agree that that's, you know, it's probably the only way out if we really, you know, want to take further enlargement of the EU seriously. And it's true that many of the candidate states right now, they, of course, they agree that maybe, yeah, they should go for the staged accession, but that, yeah, at the same time, it's not like, you know, they have much choice. So my question is then, what about the risks associated to this staged accession? Because as far as I can see it, I mean, most of these countries, as was mentioned, they are small, and I would say they are in the periphery of Europe. Isn't there a risk then that by the staged accession, they will for always remain in the periphery? Because isn't the chance very high that they will never become full members? So that risk of being perpetually stuck in the periphery comes, of course, also with certain dangers, and probably they will end up being quite frustrated by the fact that, you know, they feel like they don't really belong, you know, that they're not fully accepted. So I just wonder if there are also discussions going on about that risk, that existential risk that is associated with the staged accession. My next question relates to something that actually I asked earlier today to the Armenian Foreign Affairs Minister, namely what kind of European Union would you like to join? Like, what kind of European Union does Armenia want to join? So it was already mentioned the people in Armenia don't know because they don't really know what Europe or the European Union is. But of course, I'm actually doing research on this. So what do Armenian politicians then see? Because if they're now advocating for a path to Europe, so what kind of Europe do they want to join? And so in his answer, it was clear that it should be a European Union where sovereignties are respected. And I thought, well, oof, that means that most likely Armenia will never become a full member, because this is not the kind of European Union that I hear being thought of in the European institutions. Like also this idea of that having a stronger commission that really, you know, stands for the interests of all European citizens. Okay, that goes away from this ideal that's, you know, the likes of Viktor Orban, and I agree, you know, it's not because Viktor Orban is now gone that you will not have others standing up now and continuing that kind of rhetoric. And this also I've noticed, you know, if you speak to like, let's say, half of the European Parliament, they all are like, yes, you know, the European Union should respect sovereignty, and this Brussels bubble, the EU institutions, they're out of touch with reality. So there's very much also this strong populist narrative, and this idea of the sovereignty of the nations should be respected. It's really something that I think is only becoming stronger at the moment rather than weakening. So I just wondered to what extent then the view of Armenian politicians with regard to EU sort of fit in this discourse of getting the European Commission to act, you know, more in the interests of of all EU citizens, meaning less power for the governments.
Sorry for interrupting you, but
that was it actually.
Okay,
I was just going to end. So
thank you.
Sorry for taking a bit too much.
No worries at all. Okay, so we have two questions. One is on the question of sovereignty, which, let's be honest to ourselves, is not only sort of a question or on an issue raised by the Armenian politicians. It is very regularly a question or an issue raised by also other EU politicians. I come from Slovakia, where this is a major narrative used by the political representatives, and it's used in domestic and foreign policy at the same time. And the second question is on the sort of the staged accession. I would let maybe Peter answer the sovereignty one, if you agree, and then we would perhaps divide the question of the state accession between the other speakers.
Shall I start? Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So, the question of sovereignty. I do believe that this is a this is debate. And yeah, for example, there was another election recently in Bulgaria where Prime Minister Radev won the elections. And yes, we have Robert Fico. Both of them are very keen on this issue. But I do believe that what the European Union is meant to be is a union of nation states that work together. And I believe that policies against federalization will remain to be a majority in a sense that not per capita but per states, per member states. We have so many small, mostly Central Eastern European member states that will stick to this principle. And yeah, I would also like to highlight that there was 1 week ago there was an article on Economist that now that there is a government change in Hungary, and I try to quote, other member states cannot hide behind the veto of Hungary. And Germany and France will also have their objections against, for example, Ukrainian fast-track accession, and this certain step-by-step gradual accession I don't believe it will be feasible. Even Volodymyr Zelensky, president of Ukraine, rejected it. So there are so many debates regarding this whole sovereignty and partial membership question that it will remain with us for quite a long time.
Thank you. Tallinn, you haven't spoken for a while, so I would be very interested to hear your views on the state accession, and also maybe to come in with the proposal that Luca has mentioned, which is on the coalitions of the willing. So potentially, isn't this a solution for the member states that, or potential member states that would be integrated into the EU within certain stages or within certain sectors, within different kinds of coalitions of the willing that would be created across the European Union?
Dominika, if you allow me, I will take a step back and refocus on Armenia to take that step back. When we talk about sovereignty, in the Armenian context, we have to understand that Armenia is a decolonizing country, basically, okay? So it's a new state, it's a recent state. It has become independent in 1991 that was the first in a long time, let's say, okay? And until very recently, it was not conceptualizing the fact that what it needed first and foremost was to decolonize it, to break that dependency over Russia. That is very recent. It's in progress, okay? It's very new, it's very fragile, it's like a small baby. So right now, the most important thing for Armenia is to really work on that sovereignty in a meaningful way, because you have to go through those stages that come naturally in order to become a mature state. And when you become a mature state, that you are sovereign, that you are democratic, then you can put the choice to your society and say, okay, now we're there, we're not doing a bad job. Do you want to go for Europe? Or you don't want to go through Europe. And I think it then, makes the risk of mutual disappointments less. And Europe has gone through that conundrum with Georgia, and Armenians have looked at that, and they're wary, Very often in the street when you ask people, my best friends are always taxi drivers. So I sit in the taxi and I talk with them, and they're like, okay, there is all this fuss now in Yerevan these days, it's great, but what is there for us in Europe? So they are cautious. They have learned their lesson that you won't go from one dependency to another. And also, I think people understand that Europe is not going to protect them, and that they have to learn to do that in their own terms, with their own means. So Europe can be helpful. I hope Europe will be helpful to Armenia to go along that path of more mature democracy and a more mature state, but you don't have necessarily to put the terms into, will you integrate one day or will you not? Or should we go through stage accession or not? This might be a little like putting the cart before the horse.
Thank you. I would be very interested in hearing Luca's and Carol's reflection on that as well, but we also have only 5 minutes left. So I would also like to ask you, from your perspective, if we are in May 2030, what would be the most realistic scenario for the for the functioning of the EU vis-a-vis the enlargement, and where would Armenia be in that situation? Let's start with Luca. Please, yes.
Okay. So very briefly, let me discuss sovereignty for a minute, because there is a clear contradiction, and we've been facing this contradiction for more than 20 years. All the new members of the European Union from 2004 onwards are countries that are attached to sovereignty because they didn't have it before, all right? The same thing applies to Armenia. Right? You call it decolonization, you call it whatever you like, but all those countries did not have sovereignty. And they are attached to sovereignty, and there is nationalism in all those countries. At the same time, the European Union, to advance and talk about defense, industrial policy, geopolitics, you need to move fast towards a political union. How do you reconcile those two things? And I think you can only partially reconcile those two things through coalitions of willing, and that, I think, for me, is the only realistic answer for the years ahead. Those countries of the European Union that are prepared to move faster on defense, on industrial policy, on geopolitics, move faster, they leave the door open for others to join whenever they are ready. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Karel?
There's so much to say about this, but I mean, let me say that the whole debate about coalitions of the willings and variable geometry and so on has been tried for so many times in the past. Certainly in the areas I follow, even technical domains, like for example for taxation, which is also where member states have a veto right, or where you have, let's say, consensus at European level. That I'm rather, kind of skeptical that this will work, let's say, because it hasn't worked so much. We have seen it a bit in the recent past, for example, also the loan for Ukraine, which was adopted by 24. We have a few more other examples, also PESCO in the domain of defense. But don't forget, let's say...
Euro is coalitions of
But that's what I just say, but the euro is growing. Let's say we have the Schengen zone, we have other things, but the euro now is already 21 member states, soon 22. So we see the EU advancing, let's say, even if there are coalitions of the willing, but let's say the critical mass of what is the EU is growing all the time. And of course, if you see it in a short time, let's say, you won't see probably progress, but in a longer perspective, let's say, we have seen enormous progress. And that's what people, also what happened here in this country, need to realize. Let's say, there is always this advancement. And if we manage to grow this critical mass, now in a context of an extreme turbulence geopolitically, that would be very good. And I think the willingness is there, let's say, but let's hope, let's say, that citizens at European level realize this, let's say, that they need to do this. But I think also the EU itself, certainly the Commission, is very strongly committed to what they call la méthode communautaire, the community method. What we do is for the 27, or what we do is in the future for the 30, or for the 32, for the 33. And that I feel very strongly in Brussels, let's say, there's willingness to say we need to do as much as possible for all the member states, and as soon as we make exceptions, it creates problems, or even problems to our own rules, let's say, which we have.
Thank you. Tallinn, what is your perspective on this?
I think somehow I have just answered. I think the ideal state in 2 years from now would be that Europe and Armenia have sort of clear mutual understanding of what they're heading in the next 10 years. And that doesn't have to be European integration, but that has to be European values, because Armenia is committed to that in terms of, making the rule of law a reality, making the judicial independence a reality, helping Armenia go through the means to healing its civil society, that sort of stuff. So European values and norms in a very large sense of the world.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Peter?
Well, obviously democratic development is beneficial for every Armenian, but at the same time I would also agree with Karel that it's mostly connectivity that could in the foreseeable future be improved with the help of Europe, probably the global gateway, but also in collaboration with Turkey, with Georgia. These are the foundation stones upon which further integration could move on. And I'm not even talking about a common market, because Armenia has a common market, and if it would change overnight, then Armenian businesses would suffer very much. I mean, I'm not even sure that Europe is ready to import, to provide market, for example, for Armenian cognac, because France would have something to say about that. Neither for Armenian wine or for many other export items. This is a long, very long process, and of course we can move ahead, but at the same time the world is changing very rapidly, and geopolitics can have a say to this. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all the panelists. We are on time. Sorry, we are on time. We have to end at 6. I was specifically asked by the organizers that we have to end on time because they want to finish the conference on time. So thank you so much to all the panelists. I think that for some concluding remarks, there is a clear sense that the times are changing, that there is also a realization in the EU that there are new times that require new approaches, and there is also political and also population-led sort of willingness to be more integrated into the European Union. We just have to find the right mechanisms to do that. So thank you so much, and well, enjoy the rest of your day, and please join me in the applause thanking our panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, just one small announcement. Please be advised of a slight adjustment to our evening schedule. The curator's call will now take place at 6 p.m., followed immediately by our closing remarks. To conclude the event, we look forward to welcoming you at the stage at 8 p.m. for our reception. Thank you. The reception will take place at 8.